this is Bun Bun, the Pon Pon, the Bun Bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? Aw, we can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian emissary staff member. Then he was...
Friday, Yakuza 0.
The most sacred form of Shura Pipi is my Pipi. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Rapture away.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins, you be more skins.
Tuesday, Finding Paradise.
You're the kid they told me about.
Look, sir,
I don't want any trouble. Of course you don't, son.
Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm, the Pun, the Bun. I'm Domm, the Bun, and this is Bun, the Pon, the Bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? Aw, we can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian emissary staff member. Then he was...
Friday, Yakuza 0.
The most sacred form of Shura Pipi is my Pipi. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Rapture away.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins, you be more skins.
Tuesday, Finding Paradise.
You're the kid they told me about.
Look, sir, I don't want any trouble.
Of course you don't, son.
Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm, the Pun, the Bun. I'm Domm, the Bun, and this is Bun, the Pon, the Bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? Aw, we can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian emissary staff member. Then he was...
Friday, Yakuza 0.
The most sacred form of Shura Pipi is my Pipi. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Rapture away.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins. You be more skins.
Tuesday, Finding Paradise.
You're the kid they told me about.
Look, sir, I don't want any trouble.
Of course you don't, son.
Wednesday,
Happy
Spyro Reignited
Thursday.
Trilogy.
What's up, guys? Oh, why are you guys not? I don't know why that. How's it going, Stella and Crispy? I don't know why you guys aren't automatically up here. I don't know why that refreshes every time. Either that or it needs to be refreshed. That could be it. What's up, everybody? Crispy, Stella, how you guys feeling? How you guys doing? Let me go ahead and... Oh, yeah, see, it's there. It must be just like... when it shows it is when it actually appears. I don't know. I wonder if I have a setting on there. Let me see. Use custom frame rate, control audio, shut down browser when not visible. See, that's not checked. I would have thought that was checked. Yeah, and then it says refresh browser when scene becomes active. Not checked. Why is it doing it then? Whatever. It's not that big a deal. I just like it when your chats are already here. Stella hugs everybody. Thank you, Stella. I appreciate you. Just hugs all. Oh, that was just the most vanilla one. All right. I'm seeing a car tomorrow, so I need to hear back about this job pronto. Right on. Sounds good. Well, that's exciting for you to get a car. I remember when I first met you, Crispy. That was something that was like #1 on your mind, right? I'm 25% overall better. Nice. Sounds good, sounds good. All right, well, last time on Ace Attorney, let's see what happened last time. Mostly, I remember us figuring out that Gumshoe wasn't the bad guy last time. So let me see if I can remember all the details here. So let's just go over what the case is. There is this case that Edgeworth was going to take over because I think there was a conflict of interest with the prosecutor on that case. So Edgeworth comes in, Von Karma's one that assigns him to it and everything. And so, yeah, he comes in, he's ready to get the evidence so that he can look it over, before he takes over the case or whatever. The person who was the prosecutor for the case before was, I don't remember his first name, but it was Kay's father. So Faraday Sr., we'll call him. I don't remember his name. And so he was a prosecutor, and he was the Yatagarasu. Because we know that Kay inherited the Yatagarasu status from her father. Okay, so he was the one that was supposed to hand over the evidence to Edgeworth, right? So, but right before that happened, apparently Faraday Sr. was very upset with the witness that was currently up on the stand, and he, told the witness to come into this room, defendant lobby #1 that we're in right now, I believe. Or actually, it was #2 because #1 was the other one. Sorry. Anyways, and to talk to him, and so the guy goes in there with him, and then after a while, like there was no sound or anything. Gumshoe doesn't report ever hearing a sound or anything, but all of a sudden, like there's a gunshot, and then so Gumshoe, hurries and runs in there. He's like, "What the fuck's going on?" And both the men are dead on the ground. One had been stabbed, and the other had been shot. And each guy had a weapon in their hand that would have done it. So one had a knife, the other one had a gun. So, obviously we did our investigation or whatever. We found out the gun must have been planted because it was in his wrong hand because he's left-handed. It was in his right hand. That happens like every case. And, numerous other things that kind of showed that this is a setup, So that's when we kind of determined that these two men didn't kill each other. Someone wanted us to think that. And then I think, it was the defense attorney, I think, that's currently on the case, which her name is Yu. I don't remember her first name, but I know her sister's name is Cece. But anyways, her name is Miss Yu. She accused Gumshoe of being the killer because he would have been the only one that would have had access to the room, I guess. So she thought, like, well, if there's nobody else, then it must have been Gumshoe. And so that was basically all last week, is we were trying to find out why it wasn't Gumshoe. So we knew it wasn't Gumshoe because Gumshoe was standing out in the hallway the whole time, and he met Kay Faraday, who only had $1, and she wanted a Swiss roll, which is $6. Now, Gumshoe also wanted a Swiss roll, but he only had $5, and it's $6, like I said, to get a Swiss roll. So once he meets Kay, he ends up negotiating with her that they can both put their money together to get a package of Swiss rolls because it comes with 2, and then they'll split it. So anyway, so he ends up splitting the Swiss rolls with Kay and sitting on this bench, and then I think it was like shortly after that is when the gunshot went off. Like then he has his suite or whatever, talks to Kay, Kay leaves, and then he goes back to his job, and then the gunfire goes off, and then he goes in there. One of the problems was the judge had reported that he didn't see Gumshoe in the hallway from the bathroom across the courtyard because he could see through the window, but we had determined that Gumshoe was sitting on the bench in front of the window, so of course he wouldn't have seen him at the time. So that was pretty much everything we did last week, was just to prove that. Let's see, but where we're at now is we've learned a little bit more, I think, about the case itself that Edgeworth was supposed to be like being the prosecutor of. And what we know all about that is that there was so there's this case before this one. It's just this one's similar, but we'll talk about this really quick. There's this case called the KG-8 incident, and it involved a Cadopian emissary. So there's this place called Cadopia or whatever. It's like a fictional country or whatever. And the emissary was killed by someone, assassinated, I guess. And when there was a witness that was going to go testify to convict someone, guilty, I guess, or whatever, but before they got a chance to testify, they were killed. And that person was CCU. That was Miss Yu's sister, her younger sister. She was the one that was killed. She was supposed to be the witness. So honestly, a little bit of a conflict of interest, but that is a separate case, so I guess that wouldn't apply here. Anyways, so that was another case, but the people are saying this is like the KG-8 incident all over again, because of how similar it was to it. It was about a Cadopian emissary again. It was about, like, did somebody, maybe a witness had died or something, or maybe he is the witness, the guy that we were going to. Yeah, I think that's what it is. He was the witness that ended up getting killed. Like, he's one of the guys that was killed. And so that's why I think it's like the KG-8 incident, something like that. So it just seems like all this stuff's happening again. And also, I guess, another similarity to the KG-8 incident, I should say, is that the KG-8 incident also had to do with, like, a smuggling ring, I guess, because I think that something about the smuggling ring was involved. I don't know if they were the ones that assassinated the guy or something, but it all does come back to that smuggling ring that we had talked about earlier in the previous cases. All the way back to like the airplane one. Let me see, was there any other details there? So that's the KG-8 incident in the current case, which honestly we don't know a whole lot of the details of. We're kind of just getting that trickled in because we're really worried about this double murder. Okay, so where we're at right now is we've learned all that stuff. We got Gumshoe off the hook, and now what we want to do is I think we wanted to question Bad and you because they were both together in the room right next door to the room where the murder happened. So I think we need to ask them some questions. I think that's where we're at. I could be a little off, but I'm sure we'll figure it out as we go. But yeah, I believe that's what we're doing because we talked to you about how she apparently likes to fuck with Bad, which is that guy on the screen. That's Detective Bad. She likes to fuck with him because apparently he was the one that was supposed to keep her sister safe or something like that. And he failed to do that. She died as a witness. And so she likes to rub it in to him a lot is what she was saying. But I have a feeling that there's something else there. I have a feeling that that's like a cover-up for something else. Like, she wants us to think that they don't have a close relationship, but maybe they actually do. I honestly don't really want them to be bad guys. Like, Yu is pretty fun because she likes to not yell at him, but she likes to laugh at Edgeworth for being serious all the time, which I think is a really charming feature for her. Just because it gets Edgeworth all flustered because he doesn't know what to do about it because he's just being himself, So it would kind of suck if you or Bad were bad guys. But I guess it makes sense that Bad would be a bad guy because, first of all, his name's fucking Bad, But he's also like a throwaway character that we don't see later because this is a flashback. So we've never met you in the future before. We've never met Bad in the future before. And maybe there's a reason why. Maybe it's because they're in prison. I don't know. We're going to have to find out. But there you go. The stage is set, I believe. If you have any other questions, let me know. Yep, I'm still looking for one. The right one, though. Yeah. Got to get the right one. You don't really want to settle, but sometimes you do have to, you do have to make compromises, but you don't want to settle at the same time, which seems like conflicting information, but I'm sure you're well aware of that, Crispy. Welcome in, Papa. Welcome in, dude. Bad is a badass. Yeah, he is, dude. He is a pretty badass. It'd be cool to see him later on, but I don't know. I do have thoughts that he could end up being the bad guy just simply because we don't see him in the future. Almost everybody here we've seen in the future, right? But we have not seen you in bad, and obviously Faraday, but he dies. So I'm just wondering if perhaps this case will give us information as to why we've never seen these people. But yeah, we'll see. Good recap. Thank you, Stella. I appreciate that. I hear theories, conspiracy theories. Maybe there's some conspiracy theories with the Cadopian embassy and everything. You can probably get a good conspiracy theory out of that. All right, but without further ado, you guys ready? Ready to get things going? Let's do it. September 10th, 5:45 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. I love this music, dude. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers.
Uncle Bad, is this it?
Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there? It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. Yeah, Kay got taken out of the courtroom. Yeah, because we went to the courtroom to talk to the judge, I think is what we were doing. And then somebody kicked Kay out of there, I think because was she being loud or something? She was getting emotional or something about her dad? I don't remember what it was. But the bailiff definitely took her out of there. That's about all I remember. No, that's not quite it.
Aw, too bad. But it's so pretty.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks. I'll treasure it always.
Those two seem to be getting along rather well. Oh, here. I've got something else for you.
Yay! Thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe.
Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was going to get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying.
Kay.
No, it's the mister from before and the lady, too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being?
You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. So I'm related to the investigation.
Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess.
What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene. And now you let this child run free? Why?
People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that?
Ah.
I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into.
Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
All right. I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister.
Yes, what is it?
I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay?
I won't forgive whoever did this. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. Alright. See you later, Kay. Let's talk to Bad. Hey, yo, what up, Bad? Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy.
Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay?
It does. Something because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I love how it looks like he's reaching for a gun. Like, oh, he's reaching for a gun! And all of a sudden he whips out the mirror. I do get shot in America doing that. He's got a gun! I don't have time to waste. He even juts his head for it and everything. Like he's like, fucking come get some, dude. I got a mirror. Reaching! Reaching! Yeah, there you go. No, that's what they say. Yeah, there you go, dude. That's funny. It sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. You get shot just putting your hand in your pocket, right? Yeah, probably. With the wrong cops, to be fair. Like, I don't want to be super mean, but there are good cops, you know, that don't do that. Honestly, I watched this YouTube channel. I was watching it a couple weeks ago. What's it called? Fucking damn it! What's it? Blue Cam something? Something Blue Cam? I don't know, but it's all about like police, like body cam footage and stuff like that. And man, some of these police are so good at their job. They like, I would have tased the guy 10 minutes ago, and they're just still trying to work with him. You know, just trying to talk to him, and he's just not listening, and he's doing everything they tell him not to do. And it's just like, man, these guys have such patience. So to be honest, not all cops are like that, but there's too many that are. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window, but that smell's still here. Perfume, So the sweet scent in the air is perfume.
Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-brand name, or no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles onto me. Here, little girl, you can have it.
I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth! You will hold on to this bottle without fail.
Why can't she ever be honest about her wants? Misuse perfume, data jotted down in my organizer. So that's gonna come up as a piece of evidence, huh? Oh man, starting to point at you a little bit, huh? Probably the reason his coat has so many holes. Yeah, probably, dude. Yeah, because he keeps reaching. He's reaching. All of a sudden, he just throws his coat out, and he's just like 5 feet the other direction or whatever. And they missed him. His coat just falls to the ground. He's like, that's what I thought. Because he's a badass, dude. So now we have the perfume Miss Yu wears. Just fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigate. Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. During the recess. That's what I'm going to ask him here. Let me show you guys. Boop. During the recess. So you're in this room the entire recess. Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here.
At least your story is consistent.
Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here.
Then what are you saying is that... Well, then what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in 2 different locations.
I guess I am.
Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you.
Ugh.
Let's see. Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident. And, as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on the case.
I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on the case.
You knew? I also know that today's trial involving the Cadopian Embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Miss Faraday, or in Mr. Faraday, and the KG-8 incident. That's right, spill the beans, Bad! If you already know that much, guess it'd be alright to tell you. Oh, here we go. KG-8 incident. Initiate. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story, other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. Oh, sad music starts playing. The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you, and I. As you already know, we three were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trial of the smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Yamano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front.
A facade?
Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Yamano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed. And then what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Devore, the victim of the last case, killed by Lance Amano. Hey, what's up, Techo? I feel like it's been a while. What's up, man? Hey, Domm. I'm just here to say hello and give you a French name of two characters: Benjamin Hunter for Miles and Dick Detective. Oh, that's funny, Detective. That's funny. I love that for Gumshoe. Yeah, I'm just here to give you an useless information. See you soon. Sounds good, man. It's so good to see you, dude. I'm glad to see you're still coming around, man. And that's pretty funny. So, Benjamin Hunter. I wonder if that's supposed to be like he's going for money. You think that's what that idea is? I guess Miles Edgeworth isn't very punny, unless I've just not gotten that this whole time. But I feel like Benjamin Hunter's pretty funny. It's cool that they have different names too, you know what I mean? Like, it's like a completely different name. It's not just Miles Edgeworth, like the closest thing to that in French or whatever. That's cool, man. Thanks for sharing that. I appreciate that info, man. That's cool. I love the Detective. That's funny. I guess for me, I wouldn't want to ever change Gumshoe, just because for us it's like detective is like what his name is, because Dick is a detective, Gumshoe's a detective, and he's a detective. So he's like a triple detective. But I love that. Dick Detective, that's cool. Give me 1 second. That honestly has to be one of my favorite parts of this whole game series, is how punny everyone's names are. I'm always like looking for the pun. I kind of wonder, in French, I wonder what this guy's name is. What would they name Bad? That could be interesting. His name was Colin Devore. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Devore was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat.
The boss man of the Amano Group? You can't seriously mean Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling?
I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder... Mr. Faraday, how could you have let this hit him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him.
That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect both of them.
Miss Yu did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister.
But even I, who was supposed to protect them, fell into their trap.
What kind of trap?
The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap. That's badass. It's not just in your jacket, though, bud. You got them on your tie as well. How'd that happen?
You mean you were fired upon? You were shot at but many times in one gunfight.
That many times? Okay, my bad. I read that wrong. No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident.
He's reaching!
I see. I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. It was Callisto's her name. I forgot about that earlier. All right, we got a couple things. We got relation to you and relation to Faraday. We're going to go with you first. About when you first met Miss Yu. It was on the day the verdict of the KG-8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yes. Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do. But just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face.
Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. I would have whipped you. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough.
I suppose not. You said it herself, that she never wanted to see either of us ever again.
But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct?
Yeah. Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident, had come to a close. We continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. He's reaching! But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. I think it'd be funny if they had put Bad in an anime, if they made it to where every single time he was reaching, if everybody else reacted with like a, oh fuck, like trying to take cover or something. I think that'd be so funny. Like, oh, he's reaching, oh fuck. And then he just whips out the mirror again, and it was just like, oh god, okay. It just seems like that's like a key part of his character, right? Because he always does that. Let me see. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring.
Is the ring really that big?
It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney.
Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them.
Yeah. You was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason.
Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect.
Yeah, she was saying that she didn't like that she had to defend this, like, obviously guilty person in her eyes, but she was just doing it because she's a defense attorney, and that's, like, her only way of getting close to the case is by being the defense attorney in this scenario, even if she believes the guy to be guilty or whatever. So, an interesting take on defense attorneys, very different than what Phoenix would do. But Phoenix only defends innocent people, right? Right?
I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to.
It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl. Well, it's funny to have her say that. I mean, because technically both Edgeworth and Von Karma in the past have tried to help criminals because they were trying to get a guilty verdict on someone who wasn't guilty. So isn't that... Couldn't you interpret that as helping a criminal? I get maybe it's not like intentionally so, but you were definitely trying to help a criminal and you just didn't know it, I guess. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are.
How dare you insult the daughter of a Von Karma?
Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do.
Reaching.
That's all. The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman. You two are still too young, but one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. Okay, we got relation to Faraday. Let's find out. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay? I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together. Bad, like, has a lot of pauses, dude. Like, he started this whole fucking thing with a pause. Like, why? Why dot, 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 dot? He fucking talks like my mom texts. Everything is dot, dot, dot for some reason. But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case.
Did we touch a nerve?
I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. Or maybe he talks like that kid from Malcolm in the Middle. You know, the one that always had to, like, say a couple words, and then he'd breathe, and then he'd say a few more words, and he'd breathe. It's almost like that's what the pauses are for bad. You just gotta have just a moment, take a breath. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either.
I sense that there's more to that statement than that meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what is necessary.
So now we gotta ask him about the Yatagarasu. You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel. I agree. Which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu. What? The KG-8 incident and this second KG-8 incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ. And that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu, however, in the middle of the trial. He suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd?
Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already.
I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time. A reason, huh? And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Atagarasu. If it will help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Atagarasu. Well, all of a sudden he's getting excited.
What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident.
She can do it on purpose to Edgeworth.
It still accidentally whipped me anyway.
There are three main reasons why the Atagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Atagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Atagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Atagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. I see. So those are the Atagarasu's special traits.
Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief.
The Atagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. He respects his enemy, huh? I think it's because he was working with Faraday. I think that's why the Atagarasu is always one step ahead, is because he's got you, buddy. Or I guess he had you. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Atagarasu right away.
But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl. I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Cadopian embassy, the Atagarasu.
The Atagarasu sent the evidence.
Until now, the Atagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings throughout the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about.
In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Atagarasu who sent it?
That's easy. A special card that only the Atagarasu uses was attached, because nobody could recreate a card, right? That's how I can be so sure.
And just what sort of card is it?
Here, take a look at this article.
And then they put the picture of the card in the newspaper? I mean, wouldn't that be a bad idea? Because then people could just use the card, right? And just act like they're him? What the hell, dude?
Whenever the Atagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
Ah, and that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony.
Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Atagarasu now.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir.
Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you?
Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive.
Oh man, this sounds kind of deep, huh? Is this where Edgeworth starts with that? Because that's sort of like what he ends up telling Phoenix, right? In the second game? He's like, you gotta figure out what the law means to you, or what it means to be a lawyer, I think is what he had, how he had worded it then. But it sounds similar.
I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty.
September 10th, District Court, Courtroom number 3.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh.
It appears that his honor is still a bit dispirited.
For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand.
Oh yeah, that's what it was, yeah. He was like, oh shit, like, because we were like, basically cross-examining him, and the judge was like, oh, I've never done this before, what the fuck? I think it was funny.
I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
Francesca, there was no need to further depress his honor.
But I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your honor.
Look how sad he looks. Aw, poor little guy. Just want to give him a little pat on the head, huh? Little pats.
Your honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me.
Your
honor, the evidence?
Your honor! No! You! Yes. Can I help you?
I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir.
Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I would, except that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
She is busy with the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we?
Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case.
Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case. And maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth.
I placed all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you.
I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for.
Let's go confirm.
The truth shall set him free. Absolutely. So this is the evidence related to today's Cadopian Embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag.
You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right?
Yes. Finally, we can now take a look at the evidence itself, and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time.
Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy murder, too.
And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial is about.
Gah! Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
I see someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma.
It's all so real to see the knife up close.
So, we have the knife, the gun, an envelope. And what's this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you.
About what, Your Honor?
They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation.
Detective Bad said that?
What a strange stroke of luck.
Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it, too. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
All right. Well, I think we should start with the organizer. That's one of the newest pieces here.
Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it. It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in here. I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. That's what the first page says. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer in the case.
The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rel is not the real Yatagarasu. And it was also appear that he had proof that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. And he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope that this is finally bringing it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared. I'm late to the party. Nah, Legacy, you're just in time, baby. Welcome in. How was your day? To discredit any claim Mr. Rel may have had about being the real Yatagarasu. And he had a way to prove that Mr. Rel was the guilty party of the emissary murder.
This organizer's a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later.
Mr. Faraday's organizer data jotted down in the organizer. Hell yeah. Yeah, what's up, Kevlar? What you been up to, man? Let me know if you want a recap. We haven't gotten too far, but we have learned a couple things. So yeah, you just let me know, man. Look, there's a picture stuck between the pages here. Is that the Yatagarasu's key? That's a pretty cool looking key, if you ask me. It appears to be a key. And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle. The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer? The Yatagarasu's key? Detective Bad said something earlier.
What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Cadopian embassy. The Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret key safe. As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. Yatagarasu's key data jotted down in my organizer. What's cool about that key, I think, is that the tip of it looks like a butterfly. So that'd be kind of some interesting tumblers that would actually like engage with that butterfly, right? Pretty cool. All right. You know, I think I need to use the restroom real quick, guys, while we're at sort of like a stopping spot between talking and conversation. So I am gonna go do that really quick, and then we'll be back for some more Ace Attorney. But yeah, it should only take a couple minutes, so don't go away. And in the meantime, feel free to engage with my BRB screen. We don't have game audio? We didn't know that the whole time? Okay, sorry. One sec, guys. Let me fix that. I had no idea. I usually check this, but I forgot today. My bad. And now we have game audio. My bad. Only took an hour to figure that out, you know? Not too bad. Oh, shit. I didn't do that. All right, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick, guys, and I will be right back.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins. You be more skins.
Tuesday, Finding Paradise.
You're the kid they told me about.
Look, sir, I don't want any trouble.
Of course you don't, son.
Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm, the pun, the bun. Domm, the bun, and this is bun, the pon, the bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? We can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian embassary staff member. Then he was
Friday, Yakuza 0.
the most sacred form of Shura PP is my PP. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Rapture away.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins, you be more skins.
Tuesday, Finding Paradise.
You're the kid they told me about.
Look, sir, I don't want any trouble.
Of course you don't, son.
Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm, the pun, the bun. Domm, the bun, and this is bun, the pon, the bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? We can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian embassary staff member. Then he was
Friday, Yakuza 0.
the most sacred form of Shura PP is my PP. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Rapture away.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins, you be more skins.
Tuesday, Finding Paradise.
You're the kid they told me about.
Look, sir, I don't want any trouble.
Of course you don't, son.
Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm, the pun, the bun. Domm, the bun, and this is bun, the pon, the bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? We can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian embassary staff member. Then he was
Friday, Yakuza 0.
the most sacred form of Shura PP is my PP. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Rapture away.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins, you be more skins.
Tuesday, Finding Paradise.
You're the kid they told me about.
Look, sir, I don't want any trouble.
Of course you don't, son.
Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm the pun the bun. Dom the bun, and this is bun the pon the bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? Aw, we can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian emissary staff member. Then he was...
Friday, Yakuza 0.
The most sacred form of Shura PP is my PP. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Rapture away.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins, you be more skins.
Tuesday, Finding Paradise.
You're the kid they told me about.
Look, sir, I don't want any trouble.
Of course you don't, son.
Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm the pun the bun. Domm the bun, and this is bun the pon the bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? Aw, we can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian emissary staff member. Then he was...
Friday, Yakuza 0.
The most sacred form of Shura PP is my PP. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go. Enormous kulipas, baby. I'm back. What's up, everybody? I didn't even notice there was no game sound. Dom's voice acting was just so good. Aw, thank you so much, Chris. That had to be the sweetest thing to say about that. The sweetest way to express that. Thank you. I mean, obviously, people didn't leave because there was no game audio, right? And thanks, Noah, for interacting with the BRB screen. I feel like I need to do more to it to really make it a little bit more fun for you guys, but I just hope it at least gives you something to do if you're bored. Looks like we're all good here. 1 second. Get a notification here in Twitch. Let me check this out. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did hear about that. Okay, we're good. Here we go. Of course. Oh, yeah, man. I hope your computer's still working okay, Noah. Nothing bad happened since you got it fixed, huh? I'm hoping so, man. That sounds like it was so annoying. So far, so good. Okay, cool. Let's hope it stays that way, dude. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at the knife next. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act?
And it's never crossed your mind that you using your riding crop for the wrong purpose?
That's odd.
What is it?
Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. The knife is the key. I think that's the thing, right?
That's certainly odd.
The weapon that was used to kill the Cadopian emissary staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell.
That's the only logical conclusion, right? I somehow still blame Spotify. Dude, I think you could still be right about that. Like, just because you fixed it doesn't mean it wasn't Spotify, right? I just hope it doesn't happen again. Whoop! What's up, Shyla? How's it going? Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Hopefully you're having a good one. Always good to see you. What you working on today? So I'm thinking that the knife is the key. Let's take a look at what I'm talking about real quick. So we have this knife, right? It's got this zigzaggy pattern here in the middle where it meets, right? And it's got like a similar color kind of thing or whatever. And so then we'll go to the key. You see what I'm saying? The knife is in here. And then you take the handle, you split it, and then they come together with the wobbles, and they cover the key up, and then there's a blade. So it's a key and a knife. It's a knife key. It's like a butterfly knife kind of thing. But except instead of it not having a blade on the other side, it's a key. So you wouldn't really be able to flip it around the same as a butterfly knife, but it's kind of funny because it has butterflies on it, right? So it's like a butterfly knife, especially just because it has a butterfly at the end of the key. Pretty interesting. I don't know what you're pointing at, but you were like stroking it with your mouse, and I'm on the floor laughing. Oh, I'm glad you thought that was funny, Charlotte. I didn't think I was being funny, but there you go. It just comes that easily to me. It's a butterfly knife, Charlotte. I'm trying to make the point that because we've seen it as a key and we've seen it as a knife, but they're arguing about like where did the key or the knife come from? And what I'm saying is that they're the same object. You just gotta open the handle and flip them over, and then it's the knife, and then flip it back over, it's the key, because it's like a butterfly knife, if you guys know what a butterfly knife is. Just had a micro nap. What happened after Detective Bad talked about the old case? I went to the bathroom. I'm just kidding, there's a little bit more. He talked about the old case. We came in here, started looking at the evidence, and then I went to the bathroom, and I just got back like a second ago. So you haven't really missed much still. We're looking at the evidence that Faraday was supposed to give Edgeworth at the beginning. We finally got it. And we read his organizer, and he talked about all the evidence and how he was going to take down Mr. Rell. Or not take him down, but disprove that he was the Yatagarasu. And he also mentioned the fact that as long as he has the key of the Yatagarasu, he can prove that Mr. Rell is not the Yatagarasu. And I assume what he means by that now is that he wouldn't know that you can fold the key to make it a knife and fold the knife to make it a key. And that would be like the thing, like if he was the Yatagarasu, he'd know that, but if he's not, he wouldn't. I assume that's what he meant. This is intriguing. Okay, hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm doing a bit better today, Shy. I think the COVID symptoms are gone, but I'm still dealing with the pneumonia. Man, what a double whammy, huh? Hopefully that pneumonia goes away. It's been sticking around for a little bit, huh? Hopefully it'll be right as rain in no time, Stella. No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon in. No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside. In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse? I need to think carefully here. There is nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I'll need to take another good look at the evidence. Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me? Actually, I do know the answer, Francesca. Let me say that again. Actually, I do know the answer, Francesca. What? Then what is it? One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding, it has been hiding in a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. The knife
The key. The key is what brought the knife into the courthouse. Oh, you guys aren't seeing what I'm...
The key, of course. The Yatagarasu's key.
I'm sending fuck you vibes to both those viruses. There you go. I wasn't sure where that was going at first. Because usually, you know, everybody always send positive vibes to people, but you're saying fuck you vibes to the virus. Gotcha. I've been sick since 5:25. It's been a time. Yeah, I bet. I didn't even know that it's been that long. Holy shit. Yeah, I hope you're on the, you know, like the up slope or whatever, you know, going towards being okay again, you know? It's way too long still. Yeah, that is rough. I'm so sorry to hear that. All right, here we go. We're going to present this. Take that! Take that! Damn it. Let me check to make sure my mic is set to default before we get too much farther with that. Oh, I meant to just open sounds, my bad. There we go. Recording. Yeah, it is set to the default. We should be good then. All right, we'll continue going. Nope, gotta click back into the game. Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that. Take that. All right, I give up. I've said it enough times. I'm getting bored. This Yatagarasu's key, Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. You just need to look a bit closer, Francesca. Do you see what I mean? Don't the color and the orientation of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say? It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same. But that's impossible! Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this properly. Now then, let us examine this knife in a little more detail. Oh, look at that. Let me show you guys. Boop. Oh, cool. I can just hold R and control those. Nice. Oh, yeah. It's totally a butterfly knife, dude. Take a look at that handle. Oh, we can't. Oh, there we go. Just the blade. It's the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle and the blade itself both have beautiful designs worked into them. Look! There's even a flower-shaped design in this gold section here. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I'd want it for myself. She seems to be drawn to the embellishments. Too bad this isn't mine to give. Oh, he wants to give it to her. Oh, that's nice. What a kind thing for Edgeworth to say about someone who whips him constantly. It doesn't even say sorry about it. Can we try fake cat next time? Sure, yeah. You know I'm always willing to try what you guys say. It's the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Okay, it's the same thing that we said just now. Okay. So can we examine the handle? Why does it not let me examine the handle? Seems like the handle would be a pretty sus spot. Look how close we are. Holy crap. What does it want me to look at? Maybe it's at the very bottom with this latch. There we go. Bing, bing, boom! That was cool. Very satisfying. I can't believe it turned into a key. To think there was such a trick to this thing.
So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key the Yatagarasu stole. Oh, it's not a butterfly on the end. What is that? What shape is that on the end? I thought it was a butterfly. I guess I just saw the butterflies on the handle and assumed the key itself would have that.
This piece of information is more crucial than anything we've learned up until now.
The Yatagarasu's key.
Frankly, I'm shocked.
Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence to his organizer. Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife inside the... Ugh, damn it. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside. I wish he would just say knife. That's the word blade that got me.
But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday.
Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is... man, why can't I read this? Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief, Yatagarasu. Oh, and Sebi is chasing our elderly cat. She comes and huddles next to me to save her. Aww. Well, I hope that you save her. Is Sebi just trying to play a little too hard?
Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu. And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario?
No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bat said earlier...
But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
I see. All right, then. I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu.
Seemed that this key is truly the key to solving this case. So how did Edgeworth go through this case and not figure out that Faraday was the Yatagarasu? You know, it wasn't until his daughter, comes of age, takes the name Yatagarasu, and then randomly saves him from a kidnapping that he finally realizes that? Like, what the hell? I think that the dominatrix vibe of Francesca is interesting. Oh, yeah, absolutely. She's like that her entire life. I don't know if you remember from before, Shiloh, but yeah, this is her as a young Von Karma, but we first met her as a fully grown woman. A prosecutor from Germany. He picks on her because she won't fight back. Poor old girl. Aww. Are you sure that's why? What's your evidence of that, Crispy? Are you sure that is his reason? Where's your evidence? Show it to me. Alright, back to looking at the evidence. Gotta look at the gun. So far, we've looked at the organizer and a blade. Now it's the gun. And then we'll get to the envelope. This gun, it was originally used to kill the Cadopian Embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rel still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest.
And then, this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic.
Indeed.
There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence.
Alright, the gun is done, as they say. Can I ask what that week feels like? Can I ask what that... You mean the whip? Is that what you meant to say? I don't know what you mean by that week feels like. Oh, wig! What the wig feels like. Okay. You mean like to wear it or like when I touch it like this? What are you asking? Like to wear it is... it's uncomfortable. I'm slightly ripped. Sorry. No, don't be sorry for being ripped, child. There's no reason to ever apologize for being ripped. To wear and to style? Well, I don't know how to tell you how it feels like to style it, except that it was very difficult. And that's why I didn't do a very good job
I'm also like, I'm really bad with hair because I don't have any, obviously, and even when I did, I was never good at doing anything with it. So, but basically, like the whole process was, I tried to hold it in the shape like up away from the wig, and then like I just pulled all this, like this whole chunk here, just pulled it straight up, and then just fucking sprayed the shit out of it. And I didn't have it on my head when I did this, by the way. I have a mannequin head that I put it on to style it, and then I just tried to like hold it straight up, like I held it higher than this. I just want to fuck with it right now, and I just sprayed the shit out of the base of it and the top of it, and then it pretty much stays like this. It's like as good as I can get it, basically, which is just sort of folded over, because like right here is just kind of folded up and over itself, just to give sort of a bit of the Edgeworth wing action there. But yeah, it wasn't too bad. Most of it was like already ready to be the Edgeworth wig, because this is an Edgeworth wig, like it's sold as a wig to be this character. So it's definitely like already pre-styled at a lot of it. Like all this hair is already like coming back. I didn't have to do anything with any of this. All I had to do was get these down, and that was it. Now as far as wearing it goes, I have a silk cap that I bought that I wear under my wigs, so it doesn't poke into me, which is really nice, because when I first started wearing wigs, I didn't expect that to happen when I was using my Phoenix Wright wig. And so after a while, it would get really pokey, especially like around the very bottom edge here. Oh, there we go. And sometimes it could give me like a headache if it poked me in the same spot for too long. So the cap really helps. So basically what it feels like is I just have like constant pressure, I guess. Almost like I have an elastic band. Probably like, I don't know, like when girls wear, or people with long hair, I should say, when they wear like those bands to keep the hair out of their face, it probably feels a lot like that. Maybe not quite so tight as that probably feels, because it's not actually that elastic. A lot of those bands are usually way more elastic. But yeah, just kind of like constant pressure all the time or whatever, but it's not bad pressure. It kind of just feels like you're wearing a hat, to be honest. Because there are clips in the back where you can tighten it if you want, but I have it completely loose because my head's pretty big. So it's just basically exactly as it is. I just placed it on my head, and it does kind of come up in the back a little bit. Sometimes I have to like grab the back and pull it back down after a little bit, but it never comes up enough, I think, to make it too big of a deal. Like that's not even all the way down, but it still looks pretty good, you know? Plus you guys never see the back of my head anyways. The back of your head is ridiculous. What else with Sibby Targeter? Oh, okay, that sounds like some Francesco logic right there, Crispy. He's like, well, I can't think of a better solution, so probably that. Maybe he just wants to play. He play fights with Chippy, but Chippy likes it. He likes getting bitten, if you know what I mean. Oh, damn. I remember when you got the mannequin that feels like forever ago. Oh, yeah, it was forever ago. Yeah, it was during Ace Attorney. It was like early on in Ace Attorney, even. I think I got it just to style the Phoenix Wright wig, because it's impossible to style if it's not on a head. You know what I mean? And I certainly can't style it when it's on my head, nor do I want to spray all that fucking spray to fall on my face and become all fucking sticky and shit. So yeah, that was definitely like a good purchase, I think. But yeah, it's an alright experience. I hope I can get better with styling wigs and stuff in the future. Who knows, maybe even one day I'll take another whack at this one, but we only have 2 Edgeworth games, so I'll probably just stick with what I got. I think it gets the point across, you know? You know what I'm going for. I'm one of those cosplayers that's just like, you know what I meant. You know what I mean? I can't look exactly like Edgeworth. I mean, I look nothing like him, dude. We're completely different genes. I didn't know it was sold for the character of Edgeworth. Okay, yeah. I bought it from Alibaba, I think was the website, and so it came from China or something. But yeah, they had this one, and I also bought one you guys haven't seen yet. Is my Apollo Justice wig. I've also bought that one. They're both designed for the characters, yeah. So I guess that just means that they have hair in the right places. You know, there's extra hair here so you can have the wings, and you know, it's like styled back like it is. The Apollo Justice one should be pretty easy. Apollo's thing, he's just got like brown hair, and it's basically pretty much just like very close to his head hair, you know, basically like this back hair, but he just has in the front, his bangs, he's just got 2 like little wing things coming out from the very middle in the front. So that should be easy. I'll just, you know,
spray those until they're fucking resin, you know, just hardened over, and then there we go. Does it feel good to take off? That felt weird to type. Yeah, it does. Anytime I'm wearing a wig for anything, it always feels good to take it off, yeah. Nothing feels better than just, you know, exposing your bald head to the cool air. I gotta say it, that is such a nice feeling. Honestly, that was like one of the best parts of becoming bald, was shaving my hair off and just feeling the lack of hair and just how cool it was, because I'm a warm person all the time. So being able to have my head to just like release heat all the time and not trap it under the hair is actually really nice. Like shaving my head was like the best decision I ever made on multiple levels. Love that for you, Dom. Thank you. I love that for us. All right, looking at the envelope now. I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started. Well, I wasn't even I wasn't even afforded an opportunity to skim it. I suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mac Rell was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned. Because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot. A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence he had. Mr. Rill was caught in the act on film by a security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice a security camera. And the Cadopian embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself? Yes. The surveillance video and security the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rell on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. It's so precious of her to say that. Charlotte says she's a simpleton. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Me neither. Yeah, I don't want to see that either, guys. I'm with you. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court. The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
The evidence showing the moment in which Mr. Rell committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed?
I guess whoever killed the two took it, you think? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence.
Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties?
What? No! I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for? Yes! I dare not lick my duties. Maybe somebody else's duties, but not mine.
No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial. The surveillance video is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. Make that a soundbite, please. Here, I'll go ahead and mark it. See if I can do that. Where do I have that button? Marked. Pretty please, someone for the love of God. And just so you know, Shiloh, if you ever want to save moments like that, the best way I could think to do it, and to help me make a soundbite out of that, would be to use the command !clip. It's probably too late at this moment to get that, but I marked it, so hopefully, as long as I remember to go do that, I can do that. But yeah, if you ever have a moment like that and you want to save it for later, use the clip command, because that will automatically make a clip. It'll post it to the Discord and save it to my database. So there you go. How does clip work? You just type !clip And there you go. It has to be the first thing you say, though. Because, like, you typed it there and it didn't do anything. But if it was the only thing, you can try it right now if you want. If it's the only thing that you type, or if it's the first thing, I should say, that it'll automatically do it. And it should post the clip in the chat as well. So, yeah, feel free to try it out if you want. No big deal. Not going to break anything. Crispy said, when my mom was younger, she saw a guy get hit by a train because he was running across the tracks. Late to work, maybe. Oh my god. Well, he never made it to work. What the fuck? That would be so crazy, dude. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'd have to just go home and just sit there. You know what I mean? Like, I just have to, like, wherever I was going, I don't need to go there anymore. I just witnessed someone die, and I just need to go home. just live it off, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? That'd be so hardcore, man. I don't ever want to see someone die. Oh my god, please let me know what that is a thing, and I can use. Oh yeah, there you go. When I put that in the chat, does it like just grab the last 7 seconds or something? It grabs the last 30 seconds, and also there is a setting in there that's supposed to try to take into account your delay. I don't know how it works, but I do have a setting that I have set in there that says account for delay. So if you have any delay between my stream, it should account for that. So you should get the 30 seconds you intended to. But yeah, it's always the last 30 seconds up until the moment that you hit the exclamation point clips. That's how it works. I wish I could set the length of them because they can be up to 60 seconds if you actually do it the long way, like through Twitch. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't have access to that. It just automatically defaults to 30 seconds. I always wonder how I would feel if I saw something like that. There's been times when I thought someone was about to get hit by a car or train. Oh, really? Oh, gosh. I don't even want to wonder how I'd feel. I can imagine it would just be horrible, dude. It seems so, I'm such an empathetic person, I feel like. I have a lot of empathy, so it's just, I have a hard time, like, not, like, putting myself in that person's shoes, you know? Which is, those are some shoes I don't want to be wearing. Cool, okay. And then, Derp, how do we use the soundbite? Can we, like, play it? Oh, it doesn't make a soundbite, Shyla. It's just, okay, so if you want me to make a soundbite, I have to do that later in my free time. And so it's the difference between me looking through a 4-hour stream to find that 1-2 second line, or I could have a clip that's 30 seconds that has that line in it. You know what I mean? So it just saves me a shit ton of time. So if I don't have a clip of something, honestly, I just don't have the time to sift through an entire 4-hour stream to find it. So that is why it helps when you make me clips. Like, it's not going to automatically make it a soundbite. I have to do that later, but it's more likely that I'll do it later if you help me out. You know, help me help you, you know, by, like, just segmenting it out. Because, like I said, 4 hours is just so much to sift through. That's why I would prefer that. Secret time, I have totally watched probably all the death caught on camera videos on YouTube. Oh, really? Oh, I'm good. I don't want that. I'm good. I watch like murder mystery stuff. Like, people will talk about people that died, and even sometimes they'll mention sometimes the way that they died. But as long as I don't have to see it, it's much better for me. I do not want to see that stuff. I'm too empathetic, like I said. According to Reddit, so long as your shoes don't come off, you'll live. Oh, sorry. What were we talking about for that? For a car or a train, I guess? I wouldn't believe Reddit. Whatever you're talking about. Oh, so you do have to make it dope, like I said, simpleton. Oh yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that's how it works. But yeah, so if there's ever anything that you would like me to turn to something, if you want me to make an emote of something or whatever, a clip is going to be the easiest way to help me out to actually get that done. Because there's definitely been things that I wanted to go back and grab, but since nobody clipped it, I didn't mark it, you know, there was no way for me to find it, I just gave up. So yeah, that's the best way you can help me. Plus, if you make clips, I do have clip compilations for anybody who doesn't know. I put them on my YouTube channel. So if you guys ever want to see all the clips for any given month, I think I've done the last like 4 or 5 months. So yeah, feel free to go on YouTube, check those out. And if you make clips, there's a good chance they'll be featured in the next compilation video. So that's another reason to clip. A third reason to clip would be that I use them in my starting soon in my BRB screens, and I love to give you guys credit for those, so that's another reason. When someone gets hit by a car, for example, sometimes a person's shoes come off. I've heard about that, yeah. that they died because the shoe came off. Oh, I see. They're just making a joke, is what you're saying. I see. It's because the shoe, not because they got hit. I think I see what you're saying. I think I'm inside the joke now. All right, here we go. But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene. It could be in the TV, right? The TV was on?
There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2.
All right, here we go. Oh, look who it is. A young Mr. Lang, dude. I didn't think we would see Lang, dude. I guess, yeah, of course, because he's been chasing this smuggling ring for a really long time or whatever, but just like, didn't we not know Lang? It's so weird. Like, how does Edgeworth forget everybody? Like, obviously he doesn't forget Gumshoe, but he works with Gumshoe, but he forgot Kay, he forgot Lang, you know, like, what? He forgot how he met Gumshoe, apparently. Like, that was weird. Has anyone ever here watched Faces of Death? I've never even heard of it. If it has to do with watching people die, I must say I'm not interested in watching it. He's still cute here. Everyone is connected in this game. How small is Japanifornia, right? Yeah. And even Lang's supposed to be from another country too, right? But he's still right here in this one spot in Japanifornia, England. I guess that's just the anime. In anime, they use a lot of like British terminology. So I call it Japanifornia, England now. I think in the later games too, they use a lot of like English references, like they call them constables and stuff sometimes. Even though Gumshoe says it's the cops or whatever, like sometimes they'll say constable. It's honestly one of my favorite movies, and maybe there is a second. Oh, really? Okay. Just actual footage of people dying or dead. Wow. It's one of your favorite movies, Shyla? I can't say that I would ever agree with something like that. I mean, that's cool, nothing against you or whatever, but not for me. Like, that's not for me. There's no way I would ever want to watch that for a second. I gotta say, why would you want to watch people dying? I just don't feel like you have to explain yourself, whatever. You know, it's all good. Just for me, I can't see myself doing that. I didn't even know that existed. That's Detective Bat, but who is he with? I think a lot of them aren't real, Shyla, or just some of them. Isn't that insane to think about it sometimes? And I've seen it like 3 times at least. I'm such a weirdo. I mean, there's probably lots of people out there that are like that. You know, there's morbid curiosity or whatever. Like how people used to go and watch people get hanged or whatever, executed. Back in the day, you know, we were always taught in school at least that humans just like spectacle or whatever, and I guess that's part of the spectacle. It's not like I don't have some of that curiosity in myself because I watch like true crime stuff, you know. So I find it kind of fascinating that someone would even do that, like especially since it's so foreign to me. Like there's no way I would ever like want to harm someone else, but let alone like do what some of these horrible people have done. But there is like an element of morbid curiosity when it comes to that kind of thing. Like a willingness to try to understand, even if it is like morbid and like fucked up, but not understand like coming to understand the bad guy, but just try to understand what happened here from an objective point of view, you know, like criminal mind stuff or whatever, psychology. It's like, what could possibly bring a person to make a decision like that? To think that that was the answer, like, what the fuck, you know? It's crazy. You look hella real. Yeah, real or not, I don't think I want to see it, to be honest. Honestly, watching people die in movies can be rough enough sometimes. I mean, depending on the movie. Some movies are very unrealistic, and it's easier to handle that. True, hangings and stonings. Yeah, it's crazy. People used to like that stuff. You see a lot of it, you get used to it, but that thing is, but that being a good or bad thing is up to you. Okay, I guess I don't know what you mean by that last part of what you said, Crispy, but I guess I can kind of infer what you meant. Anyways, let's keep going.
I've never seen that officer before.
So, did you find it? No, not yet. And I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with your search. Understood. I'll continue the search.
I gotta say, Ling's got some fucking sweet music though, doesn't he? Getting used to seeing death is either a good or bad thing. I think it's always a bad thing. I don't know why anyone would think it's a good thing. Who thinks it's a good thing to... Can you give me a reason? Like, I'm not saying there can't be a reason, but can you give me a reason why it would be a good thing? Like, what's a perspective where it's a good thing? You know? Because even if it's your job to see it or whatever, I don't think it's ever a good thing. You know? You should never want to see it, I guess, you know? I don't know. I just have a hard time seeing that part of it. It's inevitable, so at least you wouldn't be afraid. Sure, yeah. I think it's good to not be afraid of death as much as you can be, you know? You don't want it to, like, the fear of death to rule you in any way, right? I thought that's what it must be for me. Yeah, you're trying to look death in the face so that you're not afraid of it. Is that part of what it is? You say it's a good thing to get used to it if it's for your job, so then it's not affecting you mentally. I mean, I guess so. I still don't really agree with that, Crispy, because I think that that puts you in a negative place in other parts of your life. If you get used to seeing death, then maybe you would get used to, like, causing death. I'm not saying that it makes you violent or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know, it would affect your psyche that would affect you in other places. I think you should never be okay with seeing death, even if you see it every day. I don't think you should be okay with it. But that's just my personal opinion. I would say that it's never a good thing, I guess is my opinion. That's my hot take of the evening. How's that? Maybe not the right way of taking away the fear. You could also do therapy, I suppose. One is cheaper. Yeah, that's true. Desensitized. Yeah, sure. There's a word to put on that, Papa. But yeah, either way, I don't think that's a good thing. That's my take.
So you're the one running the show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed to crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are?
What was that all about? And who was that man just now? Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. I got that bloody bag is still on the floor. All those bags are still on the floor, to be honest.
Does he even know that we're standing right behind him?
I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids?
It looks like you were paying attention after all.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head.
Ah, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye out for who and what is behind him at all times.
Ah, that's interesting. That's a way cooler reason for him to have that. Because he's always, like, touching his face, isn't he, when he looks at it? Like it is a vanity thing? Weird. It definitely does affect you, but differing opinions are good. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Macy's death very often in his job. He has learned to cope to not allow it to affect his patient care negatively. He's never used to it. He always needs decompressing time after saying it's the same for all. Just saying his experience. Right, I think that's the best way to go about it, too. To never get used to it. Because I just think that death should never be something that you're used to. You know? I just think that's a bad thing. Like, I don't know how to put a finer point on that, but like I said, it's just my opinion, so let's just move on. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now?
The guy came here from the Republic of Zhang Fa to study. He's Agent Ling.
I hate the way Bad talks. I hate the stupid pause thing. He constantly pauses. It's a cool character. Don't like the pause.
He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch.
By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy is more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time.
I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to.
Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad? Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well.
Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt that was... I highly doubt that that has nothing to do with me. Yeah, see, he touches his chin. It does make it look like it is for vanity's sake, doesn't it? And the fact that he's moving his head, though, kind of does look like he's checking both shoulders, though, right? Very cool.
Fine. If this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what has been hiding and what happened in this room straight in front of me.
Wait, what? Sorry, what was I doing? I don't even know what Edward just said. Was this table here all along? I suppose so. Objection? Well, clearly it's out of place. When you take that sofa into consideration, the table is much too tall. I get the impression that the two are not meant to be used as a set, Francesca. I knew that.
Seems she's lost her calm since the judgment in her eagerness to defeat me.
This is really what we came here to look at, right? Because we are missing the tape, so it's probably in here? That is one tiny TV. Detective Gumshoe was rather shocked at this, and he said it was a huge compared to his own. Ha! Anything you compare with something he owns will always seem grandiose.
Speaking of grandiose, I'd say that ego of yours could use a little deflating.
Well, I thought we were in here to look at the TV because the missing footage, dude. I wonder if the killer used these plastic bags in a flash of inspiration. With that, detective? I somehow doubt he's that quick-witted. So you're saying that this crime was thought out in advance? With that, detective? I somehow doubt he's capable of making such a complex plan. Francesca, when will you learn to take responsibility for your statements? What did Edgeworth want to do in here, then? Tease that? No, she's just talking about the table. Let's try talking to Bad again. Maybe that's all I gotta do. Earlier in the lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You're quite the busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple returns to a crime scene brings out success. That's what we detectives say. I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy.
Nah, boy. You'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation? I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think? Detective Bad backwards is dab. In fact, it would actually be D-D-A-B, though, right? It would be dab. Because that's actually not his name backwards, right? Please, we are asking you to just... we are asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid. Alright, we're gonna ask him about the time of the murder. I'd like to ask you once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about? Ah, yes, what a fuck up. I always mess up jokes. Ah, it's all good. I mean, technically with pronunciation you were still right. It was just the spelling. I'm not meant for this line of work. Hey, that's okay. I'm sure you got plenty of other talents, Christy. And you make me laugh, so. Things you don't know about, but aren't you supposed to know everything? He should.
Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bad.
So that's what this key unlocks. It unlocks Detective Bad. All right, here we go. I'm going to present the key. Detective Bad. Did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph? Huh. Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case. In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that the killer, Mr. Faraday, and this Yatagarasu's key... Wait, did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key are one and the same? What? That's impossible.
It looks like he didn't know after all.
This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was, in fact, a knife.
Yeah, I have to admit, neither of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in the law enforcement knew either. How do we miss something as big as this?
I noticed that since a little while ago you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you are searching for?
Yeah, that's right.
And why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Bad. So that we may find the truth, please testify me once more. Yeah, that's what I said.
All right. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change.
Okay, now we got to time of the murder is what we're gonna ask him about. Give me just one second. There we go. Time of the murder. Detective Bat, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this.
That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up.
And find the truth behind this case.
Here we go. I want to know what's in that vending machine today. It's probably the same stuff. I don't know why it's the same day, right? So it'd be the same stuff.
Detective Bad's movements. I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot, right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw a gumshoe goofing around there, and then we ran into lobby number 2.
It sounds like the exact same story he told us before.
Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can. Detective Bad's movements. Here we go, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Love this music.
I was in lobby number 1, talking with you.
All right, here we go. You know what time it is.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Confetti. There we go. We just keep going on. The meme continues. Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me.
Who knows? She just said that she had something that she wanted to talk to me about. And we walked into lobby number 1 together. That's all.
So his answer remains the same as before, I see.
Cockpit. I can try that. I feel like it wouldn't work just because confetti works, and that doesn't sound anything like it. But we'll try it.
We were talking about some trivial things. Cockpit! Cockpit!
Oh, there we go. Another one to the list. Nice one, Crispy.
I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu. Trivial stuff. It was nothing important.
Yeah, there you go. Hell yeah.
That's for me to decide.
All right, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then.
That's funny. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. Cockpit!
Nice. Oh, it's going on a roll, man. It's on a roll.
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning.
I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Sure. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
Alright, he's talking about a piece of evidence that's related to this, so let me take a look at the evidence to see if I can't refresh myself here. The other piece of evidence that would be affected by that. What is this? Promise notebook, nothing but that. Should we look at the gun? Is there something about the gun? Found in Faraday's hand. Bullet that killed Rel was fired from a few yards away. Faraday. Found pin used by the left-hand Faraday. Looks like it was a quality nib. Maybe it would be the plastic bag somehow? I don't know. Annual bonus envelope that was gumshoes, $5. Swiss roll. Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Detective Bag's testimony. He heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. Didn't hear any other sounds of the gunshot. Okay. Oh, the balloon. Because that could have been the gunshot, right? That could have been what he heard. I just know I've seen a pink balloon around I found on windowsill by a hallway window. I think that's what we're talking about. Because that's the other bang that happened. Because the judge thought that was a gunshot too. Well, the judge thought it was a balloon, and then he heard that someone died from a gunshot. Then he's like, oh, that's what I heard. And then it turns out, no, it really was a balloon. That is what he heard. So, interesting. We'll go ahead and keep pressing, though. We gotta do that. Because that's one of my rules. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until the gunshot. Cockpit! Oh, damn it. Cockpit! 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 Hold it! Confetti! Hold it! Damn. Damn, dude. Haven't had to go to Brown Betty yet, though. Haven't done that one yet. Haven't had to go that far. Detective Bat, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else? Yeah. Is it possible you were so involved in your conversation that you missed something? I've been a detective for a long time, and even if I were involved in something, I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. That's what that mirror's for, dude. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it.
I suppose with this detective, that's probably very likely.
So the gunshot. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed into the hallway together. Cockpit!
Nice. Cockpit strikes again.
And why did the two of you dash into the hallway straight away? Because we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot.
and we knew it came from somewhere nearby. Imagine if you had to call out your Pokemon name before throwing it out. Go Charizard! Caterpie comes out. Yeah, wouldn't that be funny? Yeah, it has to even read what Pokemon you're trying to by your voice. That would be pretty funny. That could really fuck someone over, huh? I wonder if you could make that happen somehow. Well, I guess not. Because there'd have to be some sort of way of programming something to just automatically, behind the scenes, choose a Pokemon to throw out, right? Maybe in a future Pokemon game that could be a thing. You know, it could be cool. You know, there was something I was thinking of. I had this idea. You just reminded me of it, Crispy. Where I thought it would be fun sometime, and maybe I'll even do this for the 24-hour stream, because that could be a cool way to debut this, but I had this idea where I could program... I have a program that recognizes words that I say, just like this does. It's better at it, though, but still fucks up sometimes. But I thought it would be fun to possibly make a command in that program that every single time I said a cuss word, that it would play like an sound or something, you know what I mean? Like something would play every single time, and so I'd have to like be reminded that I said one of those words or something. And it doesn't have to be cuss words, you know. It could be any list of words, I suppose, you know, we could come up with if there's like a better set of words that we don't want me to say for a stream or something. I just thought that could be a fun event type thing to do. And maybe it's something that I could turn on and off. You know what I mean? Like maybe someone plays a card or something, like a stream lose card, and then all of a sudden, like Domm can't cuss for 30 minutes, and every time I do, it just goes, or whatever, you know? I'm like, damn it, damn it, it just keeps happening. So I've been thinking about doing that, so I don't know what you guys think about that. I'd like that. There you go, Crispy. I'm glad you like the idea. I thought that could be fun. Kind of troll myself in a way, you know what I mean? That's why it's like if I'm annoyed at anybody because that's happening, it has to be me, because I'm the one that set it up. You know what I mean? That would be fun. I'm glad you think so. Hell yeah. Maybe we can do that, even specific like word sets for specific games or something. Tom has to speak Ikle Histe. Like a pig Latin kind of thing? Is that what you're saying? Control trolling, right, yeah. Well, it's a self-troll too, you know what I mean? The fact that I'm doing it to myself makes it so that I can only be mad at myself, and I'm fine with being mad at myself. I don't like being irritated with a viewer. I'd much rather be mad at myself. I don't know what that's called. Yeah, pig Latin, yeah. I'm not very good at pig Latin, though. People have explained it to me, but I don't know. I have a really hard time, like, figuring it out in my head. Like, if someone says it at me, I can figure it out, but actually speaking pig Latin back is difficult for me, because I just, like, I don't know. Maybe it's my dyslexia. It just makes it so much harder for me, I think. But who knows? Maybe I'm just an idiot. Who knows? All right, back to the game. And how did you know that it was a gunshot? In my line of work, you hear enough of them, you know. Do you, dude? I'm your detective. Shouldn't you come after the guns are fired? I can speak gibberish in G-language? G-language? What's G-language? You know, I always thought the fun language is, I think they call it Simlish? Simlish, I think is what they call it. And it's what the Sims say, like how the Sims talk, where they go, or whatever, you know? But they even have, like, songs that are all in Simlish. I think it's called Simlish. But like I'm recalling a episode of Demo Disc from Funhouse where they were introducing the idea of Simlish to Bruce, because Bruce is like, what? I could do that? Like, why am I not getting paid to do that or whatever? He's like, I can make a bullshit all day. But they were like, they showed Bruce that Katy Perry had done a Simlish version of one of her songs for one of the, what is it called? The DLCs or whatever, the expansion packs, that's what it's called. And so for the commercial, she had done one of her songs, but it was like, Edie Bada Sleeber Bloob, or whatever, you know? It was just like, no, not any real words. It was just, it sounded like words, sort of. It's like, I guess it would be like English to someone who's never heard English before, you know? Like, it's got all the, like, tones and intonations or whatever, but it's not a single word was spoken. You had a G in between all syllables. Oh man, I'd like to hear you talk like that sometime still. You're gonna have to do that in Discord sometime. Because that sounds like it'd be pretty difficult. Huh, like I can't even imagine what that would sound like, so that'd be cool. Yeah, yep, you did. That's exactly what you heard, Noah. Because see, Noah watches Demo Disc. He knows exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. That's so funny. I like how that's what you actually heard at all. Like you just hear the eat that a fleeber floop or whatever. I guess that's more Bruce's rendition, right? Wasn't that Bruce trying to say like I could do Slumus, whatever? Dee dee bada fleeber bloob. That's so funny. So much is silly. Oh yeah, dude. Fucking Funhouse is great, guys. If you've never watched Funhouse, especially Demo Disc, their series Demo, they don't do it anymore. There's for reasons, but it's got such a good series, dude. You can totally go back and watch it. It doesn't matter when you watch it. It's not really like that dated. I would totally recommend it. Check out Funhouse. And here, just in case anybody actually would seriously check them out, if they knew how to spell it, this is how they spell it. Just type that in on YouTube. Check out their videos. They're great and hilarious and awesome. They're one of my favorite groups of people who play games and make content. Big inspiration. Anyways, here we go.
I suppose it's only natural for a detective to know what a real gunshot sounds like.
But he didn't mention the balloon pop. I think that's the weird thing, right? But given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. So I ran out into the hallway right away and headed for where he was. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into the lobby number 2. Cockpit! Damn it. Cockpit! Cockpit! Alright. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Oh, yeah! Finally gotta hold it. Detective Gumshoe was there in the hallway. Yeah. See, that doesn't make sense that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway when he ran out, because Gumshoe had already run into the room, right? Like, I feel like there's a bit of a contradiction there, but it could just be me misremembering. But I swear Gumshoe said as soon as he heard the gunshot, he ran into the room. But Bad is saying he ran out and then Gumshoe was just fucking around in the hallway. It's like, no, he wouldn't be doing that. He ran in. Gumshoe's not that bad. You know, he might fuck up sometimes, but he wouldn't do that, right? Huh, Gummy boy? Why didn't you attest to that earlier? When I saw Gumshoe, it was after I had heard the gunshot. Having seen him didn't change the fact that he still couldn't have done the deed. Or didn't change the fact that he still could have done the deed. You really think so? You think that he went in there, killed the guys, walked back out, all in the time span? Dude, Bad. Fuck, dude. Are you sure you're a detective, dude? Yeah. Gumshoe's not a total buffoon. Yeah, not totally. Just enough to be charming, right? At least that's how I like to take him. I fucking love Gumshoe, dude. Man, you guys missed out on this week when we watched fucking Ace Attorney. By the way, there was another whole mystery that was not in the game that was in the anime. It was fucking great. And Gumshoe and Maya play a game. Okay, so first of all, the whole thing took place on a train. It was this interesting like train heist thing that was going on. And a couple of the funny details were, first of all, the judge was there too, because there was like Maya, Phoenix, Gumshoe, and the judge were all going somewhere. And the judge was still in his full judge outfit, and he had his gavel with him for some reason, which was pretty funny. Anyways, but the best part with Gumshoe, I felt, was because so Maya brought these walkie-talkies, these Steel Samurai walkie-talkies, and she wanted to play this game. I can't remember what she called it, but it was basically like acting like there was a bomb on the train, and they had to like talk to each other through walkie-talkies, and they were defusing the bomb or whatever. And she was trying to get Phoenix to play with her, but Phoenix is just like, I don't know, Maya, I don't think that's a good idea. But then like Gumshoe comes in, he's like, oh shit, yeah, I'll play with you. This is awesome. And he's like immediately like all about it. He knows exactly how to play it. He's like grabs it and like goes out of the room and starts playing with Maya. It's so awesome. At one point they've got like I think Gumshoe's like on his knees in the middle of a hallway talking to Maya like, I found the bomb or whatever. He's like, there's 5 wires on it, and it's just like, I don't know, like a cucumber that has a bunch of rubber bands around it or something. I can't remember what it was, but it was just some sort of cylinder object that had rubber bands, and he was acting like those were the wires. And I'm just like, man, I fucking love you, Gumshoe. And he's actually like a pretty big hero in that episode too, which is pretty cool. Anyways, it sounds exactly like what Detective Bad told us before. However, is there something in particular we should be asking the detective about? There just might be.
No one knew that the knife was actually the Atagarasu's key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there are other things that we know now, but Detective Bad doesn't yet. Yes, that should be my angle of attack.
Yeah, okay, I hadn't put that together yet, but yeah, that's true. Because Bad is saying that Gumshoe went in there, took the knife somehow that was a key, and nobody knew it was a knife, including Gumshoe. He took the key, turned it into a knife, stabbed the dude, took the gun, shot Faraday, or sorry, the other dude. Rel, he shot Rel, he stabbed Faraday, and then planted it all like they killed each other, and then left? Like, first of all within like a fucking minute, maybe. And second of all, how the fuck did he know the key was a knife? You know what I mean? Like, he didn't know that. Daddy Gumshoe, oh hell yeah. You were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to convene. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. So that's, I think we pressed the balloon here. We're gonna go ahead and save. Oh man, my save button is dead. Let me throw it on the charger here and we'll just manually save. Oh shit, where is that cable? Here it is. Oh no, it's a USB-C cable. My bad. It's a fancy new device. There we go, we're gonna save in slot 1. There we go. You know what, we'll save in slot 2 as well. Just cause. I'm paranoid. That's too complicated for Gumshoe. He couldn't even make it up. Right? Yeah, the key and everything? Yeah, there's no way. There's no way Gumshoe could ever do that. Alright, let's see here. I love how, like, that's, like, our best way to know that Gumshoe didn't do it is that he couldn't, dude. There's no way he could have done that. There's so many levels here that Gumshoe would have fucked up. Like, you'd have to be, like, a mastermind to pull this off, dude. Objection! Objection! Nice! Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding. Am I the only one that thinks young Gumshoe is a little cute? Like Joey Tribbiani cute? I don't know who Joey Tribbiani is. He's from The Godfather or something? I don't know. I honestly have no idea who that is. But I do think Gumshoe's a little cutie. Absolutely. I think he is even when he's old Gumshoe. Honestly, he looks pretty much the same to me when he's young and old. But yeah, I love Gumshoe. He's probably my favorite character, to be honest. If I had to choose a character, it'd probably be Gumshoe. I mean, it might be a close tie with Pearls, though, because Pearls is so precious. I mean, you can't beat Pearls. Pearls is great. But I do love me some Gumshoe. He's got to be my fave. If I could ever pick a character to voice act, it would be Gumshoe. Because he's just such a fun character. Even besides, like, the fact that I like doing his voice, it's also just, like, the things he says and what he's all about. He's great. He's on that show from the 2000s or from the 200s? I think you meant 2000s, right? Friends. Oh, Friends. He is like the derpy, sexy. Oh, yeah, Joey from Friends. Gotcha. I didn't know his last name. Gotcha. I just know him as Joey from Friends. Okay. Yeah, I get you. 2000s, yeah. And was that the 2000s? I always thought Friends was older than that, but I didn't really watch it, to be honest. I only watched like an episode here or there or whatever. I never really got into it. A lot of people loved it. Oh, so you knew about that girl's balloon? Yeah. I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece of did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? Wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point. What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. Oh, so the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was reconvened. Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So? Don't give me a so. We just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony. The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. I think it started like when I was born or something. yeah, I can see that. It definitely ran for a while, didn't it? I mean, it's like one of the most famous shows. It feels like sitcom-wise, like that, and I feel like Seinfeld is like one of those super famous ones. I almost combine famous and popular in the same popular. What's another one? Oh yeah, Frasier. Frasier's another one I feel like I hear about a lot from back then. I mean, I love that 70s show. I feel like that's probably one of them as well, but I mean, maybe I just watched a shit ton. I fucking love that show. I feel like I rewatch that 70s show every couple of years. I'll just rewatch the whole thing. It's on Netflix, or at least it used to be. Fucking love that show. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and the walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. What is that supposed to mean? The doors and the walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material. Then, you mean... Isn't he, like, contradicting himself again, though, in a way? Then how would you have heard the gunshot if it's so soundproofed? Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. No!
I knew that's what he was going to say.
That means that Scruffface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle. That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic. Not the other way around. The other way around?
It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if you were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine this situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Yeah, see, I thought that he was, like, disproving himself, too. And if Gumshoe couldn't have heard it, then there's no fucking way Bad could have. Because at least Gumshoe was in front of a door, which could still have soundproofing, but would still have gaps and stuff for sound to escape, right? But he's in a completely another room that's closed and sealed from that other room. You know, they have a wall between them, and that wall is completely sealed and soundproof. So I feel like Bad just dug himself a hole with that, right? Am I on the right track here? Detective Bad, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean, how? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. Oh, how so? If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of a gunshot enter your ears? I see what you mean. I get some more out of it from Faraday's murder than I had thought. Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this. There must be a reason. As to how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, The state of the crime scene? Wait, can it be? It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it.
So, okay, so are we saying that, okay, so there's the smell, he opened the window in the other room was open as well, and the window that Gumshoe was next to. There's windows in every room that's open, right? So the gunshot actually came from outside the window, maybe. Is that what we're saying? Because that's the only way they could have all heard it, is if it happened from the courtyard? Maybe? I don't know. We'll find out. Put that in my old logic folder. Oh, good old Gummy.
Ugh! Getting way too noisy.
Very loud television. Lobby number 2's television. It looks like it was set to the incredibly high volume. Oh, that's interesting.
A surveillance video?
Oh, did they hear the surveillance video gunshot? I didn't think about that. Yeah, because the TV was at a high volume. The video they were watching had a gunshot in it. So maybe that's where the sound came from. But then how did the guy get shot, I guess, right? We're getting to it.
How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
Ah, now I must logic. Time for logic. Lobby number 2 window, dissipating smell, missing evidence, very loud television. I think lobby number 2 window and dissipating smell? Well, not lobby number 2. It would have been lobby number 1 is where it was spilt. Missing evidence. Maybe it was thrown out the window? Television. Lobby number 2 television. It looks like it was set to an incredibly high volume. Let's go back on that. First of all, it's safe. And I guess we'll try loud television and missing evidence first. For some reason, I thought we were going to connect the windows being open with the smell, but I guess we already know that, so that probably doesn't make much sense to connect, I guess. All right, we'll start with this. See if this is right. Come on, logic.
Aw, man. I can't see a clear connection between the two pieces of information.
Damn. Alright, very loud television. I'm gonna try missing evidence in the lobby window. I think those are connected. It's like I felt like I had something like, oh yeah, this logic's gonna make sense. Then I come in here and look at it, I'm like, I don't know. Okay, yep, still didn't like that either. So maybe it is the dissipating smell in the window? What am I logicking from that? Alright, we'll find out. Now this is new to me. I'm not sure what that would make us think about. Oh, wrong button. There we go.
It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows. And yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, corporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows.
Incorporeal? What are we saying now? Are we saying the Yatagarasu's a fucking ghost? Is that where we're going, Edgeworth? Incorporeal? Is that where this is going? Alright, let's continue. I might be jumping to conclusions here. Missing evidence, very loud television, open windows. I'll try very loud television and open windows. Because it could have been that the television was so loud, their window was open, the sound traveled out their window and into the other window for Gumshoe, and then out that window and into the other window for... You know what I'm saying? Yatagosarasu. I don't know how to spell. Hey, that's good enough for me. I got what you meant. Good joke. All right, very loud television and open windows. I'm gonna. Oh, here, let's save first. Hold on. Make some progress. Open windows and connect. Come on, baby. Nope, my bad.
Now then, what else besides a smell can go both in, out, an open barred window? The answer is sound. But no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. and said the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open. That explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations.
Okay, but how does that help us? Honestly, I'm not sure how that helps us, but we'll get there. The bang was just a fart. Yeah, it was just you farted, and she didn't want to admit it in front of Bad, because she's sitting there trying to like bag on him, right? It's like, no, I didn't fart. That was probably a gunshot, dude. I mean, come on. Missing evidence and gunshot could be heard, because it was the missing evidence that made the gunshot sound, right? That's why we're connecting that, I think. So I'm gonna guess. Logic.
The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place.
Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again.
It's not a waste of time to think, for I figured out where we should look.
And where would that be?
I believe we should examine the television.
The TV. Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. Begin investigation!
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Let's take a look at that TV. Earlier, when Detective Gumshoe touched this, it made a most terrible racket.
You mean when Scruffy turned the television on, right?
Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Detective Gumshoe actually touched the television at all. Furthermore, it seems more like when a video feed suddenly stops. At least, it did to me.
I wonder why that is.
It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside.
It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end.
I love this new stand and the board I made for my paints. Hell yeah! I can sit on the couch with Bubba and paint and type to the chat. Fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Charlotte. Hell yeah. Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of work, and then you can, totally upgrade your entire situation. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I feel with some of the stuff that I code, It's like, we could do it the long way, or I could just spend some time, make this work perfectly, and then it's just super nice from now on. Sounds like a similar thing, right? Yeah, efficiency. There you go. Hell yeah, Charlotte. Hell yeah. This tape. Could it not be the missing surveillance tape?
I suppose, but...
Detective Bat, would it be alright for you if I verified the contents of this video?
Sure. Knock yourself out.
Alright.
All right. Then let's rewind this and see what we have.
If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be about 30-minute mark from the start of the tape.
Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see. And VHS tapes, dude, takes me back.
This is the footage of Mr. Rell shooting the embassy staff member.
I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along. Yeah, of course, why wouldn't we have checked that earlier? You know what I mean? That's what I came in here to look at when we came into this room, but instead we had to talk to Bad for fucking 30 minutes. For, no reason. When your sibling didn't rewind the movie, asshole. I remember when I was a kid, we went to somebody's house once, and they had this little machine, and the whole point of the machine was just to rewind a movie. And it was like, whoa, it just blew my mind. I'm like, you have a machine just to rewind VHS tapes? And they're like, oh, hell yeah, bro. And I was like, that's crazy. So as soon as it's done, they just pop in this little machine, and then they can pop in the next movie if they want to do like a movie marathon. And then this machine will rewind that one and get it ready for next time, and then they can watch another movie. It's like, man, that's badass. These people are living in style, dude. God, I'm an old fogey, dude. Makes me feel so old talking about that. This sound, what's the meaning of this?
It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard.
With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder.
Do you mean that you figured it all out then?
Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was. And through where they heard it from.
How does that solve this? That really only gets Gumshoe off of the case, I guess. Like, I mean, he doesn't even necessarily totally prove that he was innocent, but I just don't understand how Miles is like, oh, I know how this whole thing went down. It's like, well, you still don't know who killed him, right? Or how they killed him? All you know is that the gunshot was the videotape. I don't understand why he's so confident about that. My grandma said her friend back in the day said the computer was as far as we would go into the technology. It was just so advanced. Oh, that's funny. What a funny thing. Man, how amazed must her friend be then, you know what I mean? Now there's smartphones. What the fuck? What is this thing? It's like a computer in my hand. That's so funny. What a time to be alive, I bet is a phrase she said back in the day.
Fine. In that case, show me what you've deduced.
Now, to show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was. And through where they heard it from. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
So the window?
Nope. Just as with the spilled perfume in lobby number 1, if the windows were open, that piece of evidence sound would also dissipate out. Now to show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was. And through where they heard it from.
Okay, I think I get what he's saying. He's saying we need to deduce on the window the videotape. I think that's what he's saying. Because we're saying this is where it's from and this is what it was. Yeah. I just like to imagine Edgeworth just holding up the videotape to the window and be like, there, perfect. Do you see what I'm saying now? The friend is still alive, that is, right? Yeah, crazy, right? You know, now we have chips in our brain that track us and control our money. Yeah, and they automatically buy cryptocurrency and download NFTs directly to your brain. What the fuck? Deduce!
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Surveillance video. Here we go. Eureka!
Nice, first try.
If the door and the windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser.
That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were.
However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu. All three of them heard the gunshot.
Well, the windows in lobby 1 and number 2 in the hallway were open. So naturally, the people in those locations could hear it.
Ah, but then, why would the criminal open the window in the first place?
To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose.
Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this.
But why was that necessary in the first place?
I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Very well. I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact.
What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of?
The crime scene when the crime took place and the murder weapon. When the time took place? That makes the most sense to me. Save it. You have to watch 2 ads before you can turn the alarm clock in your brain off. Oh God, please no. God, that sounds like a fucking boring dystopia, dude. It sounds almost like Black Mirror. I don't know if you guys ever seen that Black Mirror episode, but there's one where there's this character. I can't explain the whole thing because it's kind of complicated, but he's basically in a situation where he has to like constantly be watching ads. He's like in some weird program, and like even when he goes to bed, like he has to watch the ads, and if he closes his eyes, like they know, and they like stop the ad, and they tell you to open your eyes and stuff, and it's like, oh my God, that is fucking hell, dude. Would have thought the knife was manipulation. It looks like a key. Yeah, but that's not okay. So what we're focusing on isn't the knife. We're not asking what was manipulated. We're asking what were they trying to manipulate our perception of because they opened the window. So this all has to do with opening the window. So I feel like the key wouldn't be a part of that. Plus these are the only things that I have to choose from. So we're gonna try when the crime scene took place. I guess if it does have anything to do with the key, it could be this murder weapon one. But I feel like the window being open, I don't know what that has to do with the murder weapon. I guess that's where my brain's at. But, I mean, I could totally be wrong, too. So, let's give it a shot. Show me when the crime scene took place. The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes. And they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. Okay, I think I was right. Okay, gotcha. I thought the knife was the murder weapon. It's one of them. There's 2 murder weapons, right? There's the knife and there's a gun. But the complicated thing is that the gun should have shot the person at point-blank range if indeed the 2 people killed each other. But the person who was shot doesn't have any burn marks, so that would be present if they were that close to each other and he got shot. And so that was like one of our first indicators that these 2 people didn't kill each other. You know what I mean? But yeah, the knife has definitely always been the murder weapon, but like there's not really like, I guess it's just there wasn't really any reason for them to like manipulate that. I think that's just sort of like, that was just a trick for us, you know, to figure this stuff out. But we're still just trying to figure out who did the deed, and whoever did the deed opened the windows for a reason, I think is what really we're drilling down into. And the reason that we're saying is because they wanted the gunshot to be heard, and the gunshot being heard at that moment is important. You know what I mean? Because that's what implicates Gumshoe as like, I guess, as a backup if they didn't believe that the 2 people killed each other, I guess. I don't know. It's a little complicated. It'll all come out here in a second, I guess. Did the deed, yes. Here we go. So that's why the tape was left running? You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought.
It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period, and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer.
Which could be bad at this point, right? I mean, he said he was off to go call the precinct to get Gumshoe, though, so that's probably an alibi, right? So who doesn't have an alibi? Maybe you? I don't know. Well, let's continue on. Mr. Edgeworth! Yes? What is it? Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, and that she wants to clarify something. It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something. Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over. I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. Oh, to be continued. Oh, come on, dude. We're continuing that shit right now. But after we save. September 10th, 6:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Kay, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you're looking for has already...
Kay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought.
Like we all take our positions. Aren't we just in here to talk about something? It's like, well, let me stand behind my area, you stand behind your area, and then we'll be good. And then Bad's just off to the side.
I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth.
I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. Wasn't that when we placed Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved the case already. Don't you?
We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds.
Oh, I see we have a viewer in the gallery. And why even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe.
And that's all you have.
Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion and this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there's always time for rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court, and in this case, don't you think?
You absolutely like a rookie to think, or how absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing? But all right, I'll play along and give you your proper testimony.
If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is to prove it by showing who the real killer is.
Oh, geez, I'm supposed to already know that? Like, I'm still the theory phase over here, Edgeworth. You gotta catch me up, bro. Damn. Oh, I missed what Crispy said. I've been collecting cat whiskers for months. Is that weird? Kind of? I mean, I wouldn't have said it was weird unless you asked, I guess. I mean, I don't really see anything wrong with it. But I mean, do you have any plans on doing anything with them? Is there something you're gonna do with them? I guess that's my question. What is the reason why you do that? But I don't think it's necessarily weird, I guess. Maybe the reason will make it weird, though, so let me know that. Then I give you a proper judgment.
Everyone, sans the suspect, has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right?
Why is she giggling?
I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer.
Like, I like that she laughs at Edgeworth, don't get me wrong, but when she's constantly laughing, it just, like, gets old for, like, doing the voices, you know? Fake laughing isn't all that fun. I'm going to put them in a glass tube for display. Oh, okay. Well, that could be cool. I'm not going to call that weird until I see the glass tube. I'll leave you until then. How's that?
Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth.
But of course.
There is no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve.
By pressing her hard. I like watching death, so no judgment here. Yeah, there you go, Shiloh. That's funny. Good callback. I like that.
Everyone saying the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit. Cockpit. Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty. There it goes. Brown Betty, baby. Keeping up that streak. It's the first time I used it tonight, and it fucking worked. Not even to confetti. Yeah, apparently not even to confetti. Confetti is doesn't always work. Confetti and spaghetti do sometimes work, but Brown Betty is one that almost always works. It's so weird. The suspect. But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven.
Are you joking, Edgeworth?
I assure you, this is no joke.
Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll.
Yes, that is correct.
But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking.
I see she's done her research well. Which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump cards she's withholding.
Yeah, you just said that, Edgeworth. We're in the middle of it, bro.
Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right?
Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit!
Hold it! Nice, there we go. Cockpit work.
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide.
A lot of scrunched eyebrows and lines in your forehead or back. Anyway, if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, then... Anyway, if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in.
Okay, she said the exhaustive? I think you mean exhausted. Like, I don't know. I feel like she said the wrong word there.
And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect.
Isn't it also possible that someone escaped through the window and into the garden?
That's the first place everyone looked silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. Why does he talk like that all the time? Like, I don't even know what they're trying to do there.
I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case.
I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2.
Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit! There we go. Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape?
Of course I'm sure.
And why are you so certain?
This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there were an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense.
Miles Edgeworth! I should just use a bit more of it in the future. Cockpit works most of the time. Yeah, it does. It's definitely a good one. It's up there with Brown Betty so far. We'll see, though.
Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer.
Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit! Cockpit! There we go, we got it. Took 2 tries, but we got it. You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. I don't like her laughing all the time. Yeah, she's doing it too much right now. Earlier, I feel like she would just laugh when Edgeworth would say something and use, like, fancy words with it. Now she's just laughing while she's giving her testimony. And it's just like, that's why I've stopped doing so much of the laughter or whatever, because it gets old. Like, fake laughing after a while. It's just like, it feels so fake. You know? Because I don't even know what she's laughing at this point. It's different when, like I said, he actually said something that could be funny or whatever. Anyways. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand?
Was you're the only one still wondering that. Or you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing.
Not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. Suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument.
You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francesca or myself speaking with you about the subject.
Ah, but there were witnesses. For you, there are your mentor who gave you an alibi.
I see.
As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess. And was stopped by a security guard at the door of the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that. Or so I heard.
I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else.
Wait, so basically the only reason Francesca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be replacement prosecutor?
By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty?
What about them?
Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time?
What kind of idiot do you take me for?
Doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2.
From the time we heard the gunshot to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived at the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1. The only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard the gunshots, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap meant... Oh, I didn't even finish the statement.
Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated?
Oh, hell yeah, bitch. Let's see. The surveillance video. Let's just select that one. Take that! Come on. Take that! I think, what was it earlier you wanted me to try, Crispy? Fake cat? We'll try that. Fake cat! There you go. Fuck yeah, on a roll, Crispy. You got it.
That tape.
Yes, it's... Oh, sorry, guys. Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape. Or surveillance? Is that what it said? Surveillance tape of Mr. Rell, the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. I don't think that was me, was it? Oh, I thought it was you. Who was it then? Sorry, I thought you were the only person giving me words. I'm sorry. Whoever that was, you got it. I thought it was you, Crispy. My bad. Maybe if someone can scroll up for me, I can give proper credit. This was found loaded into the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned up all the way.
You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video.
Might have been Stella. She's asleep, maybe. Yeah, it could have been Stella. Yeah, Stella usually throws him out. I guess you guys, both your names are pink, so that's probably part of it. Maybe I just remembered it being a pink name. So yeah, it could have been Stella for sure. Ah, but I do. Which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. She doesn't really look that, amazed by that. I guess she's putting her makeup on much more quickly now.
Reapply.
That's the only thing I could think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. It played from the beginning. It would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that the method of the time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, her voice is so weird. It sounds really masculine.
Sound from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth, a little in Little Miss Gone Karma, already knew that much from the very beginning, right? No, of course we knew. Didn't we, Miles?
Yes, of course. We knew about the soundproof quality of the courthouse's rooms.
Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago.
That's right. And if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day.
And, like, it's so weird. Like, she just, like, both her and Bad, like, both just disproved themselves in the same sentence and don't even realize it. Like, then, but you said you heard it. So, isn't that weird? Like, why didn't you ever question that, Miss Know-It-All? What the fuck, dude? And?
And? That's it. End of story.
But it's not.
How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from the soundproof room?
Let's see what we got here. The door was open, the window was open, there was a hole in the wall. Oh, it's obviously the window, we know that. There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window is open in each. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened. Because she's the one that framed the whole thing, right? It has to be you, right? Because it was her perfume that made them open the window, and she wanted Bad to hear that would have mean that she would want Bad to hear the gunshot, which seems to work in her favor, you know? She wanted them to get caught and for Gumshoe to have the fingers pointed at him or whatever. And she's so strongly accusing Gumshoe, which we know for a fact would never do that because we know Gumshoe well enough. Like, just that alone, you know? It's definitely coming down to, I think, you being the killer here. Not you. You.
It's probably just a coincidence that they were both open at that time.
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you.
Why was the window opened in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is...
I mean, it's you, right? Callisto Yu, because she's trying to get revenge or something for her sister somehow. Let's see here. Take that! Take that! Fake cat! Hey, it works. It works. Whoever said that, thank you. Miss Callisto Yu. I hereby formally indict you on the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell.
What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she's the killer?
I don't understand her motive just yet. But of course I'm serious. Because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now?
Ha! Of course I do, Edgeworth.
My argument must not be tight enough yet.
Although I never thought things would spiral into this. But I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right?
Oh, here we go. Would have been nice to know the gas guy was coming today. Just waltzes into our backyard unannounced. Yeah, just doing my job, man. All right, Miss Yu's rebuttal. Let's see what she's got to say, dude.
You argue that the window was opened. However, do you have proof it was I who did that?
I do. You want me to show it to you right now?
Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this.
Yeah, That's projection hardcore. Miss accuses Gumshoe of murder when she has some pretty weak evidence compared to what we have. Yeah, rip if we had an aggressive dog, right? Especially with a logic as full of holes as yours. Well, why don't you show me the holes in my logic? Because that's funny what she did. She's like, I'm not going to show you any of the holes. I'm just going to say there are holes. Because I don't know what the fuck. I just got to figure out my lies. Let me just stall.
This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down, for even a second, or the truth will blow away. Now is the time to put the patented. Okay. Now is the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. To the test.
Rebuttal. This is my rebuttal to her rebuttal. Square holes in this logic in Bad's jacket. Hell yeah, there you go, Crispy. That's a good one.
You argue that the window was opened. However, do you have proof it was I who did that?
Hold it! Oh my god, it immediately got it. Evidence? All I need to do is have some prints analyzed, and we'll know straight away.
Be my guest.
She sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means even if we are able to lift prints, they'll only show that it was someone else. But why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose.
What's wrong? The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are all back. More importantly, are you going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I'll be fine.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, all right? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime?
Hold it! Hold it! Confetti. Cockpit. Hold it! Nice. Nice. I thought I just proved that it was.
Sure, you proved that the tape was there at the scene of the crime. However, that doesn't prove that it was actually used in said crime.
Unfortunately for you, monsieur, the fact that the tape was there at the crime scene is in itself very important.
How so?
By the very existence of that tape at the crime scene, it proves the possibility that the when of the crime could have been fabricated. And that possibility alone renders all alibis and witness reports irrelevant. Basically, it means that we will need to re-examine every person's movements again. Whether the tape was used in the crime or not, that we can re-evaluate afterwards.
So in conclusion, you're admitting that you can't prove that it was me, or you can't prove that it was at this point.
That it was at this point? Oh, that it was as in the video used for the crime. Sorry.
Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this.
Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit. Cockpit. Confetti. Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty. Oh, okay. I was like, please let Brown Betty work. Please. There we go. We got it. Even if you're shocked, that is of no concern to me. I do things on my own. Or my own way.
Oh? I see that you're not laughing for a change. Because I'm shocked.
Again, you being shocked is of no concern to me. Let us continue with the testimony.
All right. But let me say just one thing. You shouldn't go around accusing people. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours.
Hold it! Oh man, immediately. Full of holes? Well, I suppose it might be.
Oh, admitting to your faults now, are we?
At this point in time is what I meant to say.
Should I take that to mean that you're just a sore loser?
No matter how full of holes my logic may be right now, if I plug them one at a time, I will ultimately make my way to the truth.
What a paradox. Take care to not fall into one of those holes before you fill it up. Miles, you remember, don't you? About why a window in lobby number 1 was opened.
Yes, of course I do.
And that's how I'll attack. I'll present the reason why the window had to be opened.
There we go. Yeah, proof is I who did it. I think that's where I need to. This is where I need to press it. Present. Saving. Present. Is it that perfume bottle? Yeah, it's the same one. Perfume given to Bad by you. Same perfume as the one spilled in lobby number 1. It's just the same perfume. I guess that's good enough. It must be. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing you guys what I'm looking at. Well, this is where we're at right here, looking at misused perfume. Kind of reminds me of Armstrong's essential oils, right? You guys remember that? He had like a flower on top of his little bottles. We watched that over the weekend as well. You guys missed out on Mr. Armstrong. Just gonna say that right there. Just gonna say it. Objection! 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 Got it. Okay. Just took a few times. I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu?
Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know.
This isn't mine.
That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see.
Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much for sure. That this bottle of perfume was given to Detective Bad by you.
Because it gets really strong really fast. So, what about the perfume?
While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad.
Oh, I know.
You also knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Come now, I've already told you that it's all just a big coincidence. After he opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it's just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean... Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1. When you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? Nothing to say there, huh? All of today's premeditated events could have only been thought up by you, Miss Yu.
You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday.
Would you care to testify as to why?
Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow wary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
Okay, here we go. Is it actually the final testimony? I'll believe it when I see it. Why, it couldn't be me. Alright, we'll see here.
Accusing of someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma.
Man, ad hominem, dude.
In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles, the testimony is flawless.
Shura PP! Hell yeah, that's 20 months subscribed here. Hell yeah, Stella. And by the way, I believe, I thought it was Crispy earlier, but I think we indicated it was you. We tried, I don't know if you got to hear me do it, but I did try Fake Cat for Take That, and it does work. I just want to let you know, Stella. So thank you for that. And Shura PP! Welcome back, Stella. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me.
And if I'm lacking information, I'll just draw it out of her.
A rebuttal. Phone died and I just booted it up again. And yay, fake cat. Oh yeah.
Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top.
Hold it. Hold it. Cockpit. Nice. So Cockpit and Brown Betty are the best. I think I like Brown Betty just a little bit more because it makes way less sense. But nothing against your Cockpit. Crispy. We all love your Cockpit. I think I already explained the significance of that earlier.
You only confirmed that I did spill some perfume. But that's all. That you would accuse me of murder based on a simple spill. Don't you dare complain when I sue you for defamation of character.
Do as you like, but as for me, I believe.
You believe?
I believe that you are the true culprit in this case. I love your Cockpit, Crisp. Crispy. Oh yeah. Charlotte likes her cockpits very crisp. Adequate. We all love your Cockpit. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Quote 90 saved. Boom. Hell yeah. And now I want to check something really quick. Now that you finally use that, I want to check my database. I want to see if it worked. But I mean, I'm not going to stop playing the game, so don't worry about that.
My, you're enthusiastic. Of course I should have guessed. I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma.
Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit. Cockpit. There we go. I formally request that you desist in your attack against my mentor.
Yes, I will sue you for defamation. All I'm doing is telling the truth. Well, maybe more like spreading gossip. Although your adamant denials are, shall we say, just adding fuel to the fire.
How dare you? Honestly, if Miles knew now what he ends up learning later, you know, how Von Karma is the one that killed his father, I don't know that he'd be so defensive right now, you know what I mean?
Say such a thing.
Calm down, little girl. Don't let her get to you.
I can't get over the fact that he does this weird pauses. Oh yeah, it's got a clip. Fuck yeah. Oh no, okay, I did find a bug though, and I will fix that, so no problemo.
Aw, why did you have to ruin my fun? Well, shall I continue?
Yeah, you can continue in just 1 second there, Callisto. Okay, let me fix this really quick. Okay, note to self, I need to fix add quote command because it didn't quite do everything I wanted to, but it was really close, and I know how to fix it, so all good. Anyways.
Aw, why did you have to ruin my fun? Shall I continue? In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday.
Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit. Nice. And why exactly could you not have killed him?
I was just about to testify to that. You're such an impatient man. I'm not really into that, you know, Edgeworth.
Nah. Your preferences have no bearing on what is at hand. Plus, I don't like you either.
Feeling a little uncomfortable, are we?
Nah.
Miss you!
You will desist on your testimony. You will desist in this testimony or this tomfoolery. I keep saying testimony. Testimony is the word under tomfoolery. All right, hold on. Miss you. You will desist in this tomfoolery and return to your testimony.
And Miles,
If you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy. Ahem. Sorry. Miss Hughes, please continue with your testimony.
Sure. As I was saying, I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from.
Hold it! Hold... Oh, there we go. Nice.
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. If she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife.
Yeah, but how do we prove that, dude? I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag.
Miles, what do you think you're doing?
I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing.
Huh? But I don't recall the knife being present at the trial earlier today.
Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use.
Ah, so that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured it out. Or I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key that Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on.
Oh man, she just hit the nail on the head right there.
Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest.
I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony.
Sure, why not? I will even say it as many times as you like.
Why did they put two eyes? I think that's a typo, right? I'll.
There was a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key.
Or can you? Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit! Cockpit! Got it. Wish moment. I love these streams. I love this community. Have to spend my time here, and thank you, Domm. Have to spend my time. You have to spend your time here? No, I assume you mean you're happy to spend your time here. And thank you very much, though. I always appreciate your mushy moment messages. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Miss Yu, I would like to confirm something with you one more time.
Oh? About what's going to happen to Detective Gumshoe after this?
I don't need to ask about that, because he isn't the killer.
Looks like the number of wrinkles on your forehead has increased yet again.
That issue aside, Miss Yu, I'd like to ask you about what's inside the bag. You are sure it was the Yatagarasu's key, correct?
Yes, I'm sure. Which is why I'm completely baffled as to where that knife could have come from.
I think I've just spotted the road to a perfect victory.
Finally, it would appear that you have revealed your true identity, Miss Yu.
Miles, her final statement.
Yes, I know. All I have to do now is to present the evidence.
What is this? An ominous feeling that I can't shake.
An ominous feeling? What is that, dude, huh? Happy, I figured that's what you meant. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume. It's definitely the last statement, right? Because they're making a big deal about it. There was a key in an evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key. And so I need to present the knife, right? That's what we would do here. Let's see here. Present the knife. Oh shit, no, the knife. Because if we show it on here, it says weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday has secret ability to change into a key the Yatagarasu sent. There we go, we're gonna try this. Objection! Nice, first try. Miss Yu, I wonder if you might have a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, It, in fact, has a secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that was what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag. Was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not?
Yes.
Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday.
Ah.
Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the Yatagarasu... Alright, are you gonna say something, girl?
I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know.
You would, even now, still feign ignorance.
I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence, now can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa?
Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real.
Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Never heard of a butterfly knife before, I guess.
Are you satisfied now? But of course you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu key are one and the same. Otherwise someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. See, that I feel like that's him, like, he played his card too early, I feel like. Because she can just claim, like, well, if I didn't know it was a knife, then how could I have used it? I didn't know that. But I don't know if what we're saying is going to trump that or not. I feel like it wouldn't, but it's a video game and an anime. Whatever, let's go. Furthermore, there's something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was?
Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms.
What a way to just, like, add, like, oh yeah, he told me something just before he died. Can't check on that. Maybe that's the ominous feeling he has. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking still. That's what my thought was. It's like he has a feeling that she's gonna have a good rebuttal to it, but I mean, so far it hasn't seemed like that's panned out. So let's find out. What you are saying is simply not possible.
Oh, and why not?
Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife.
I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to an oral communication?
Unfortunately, that is also impossible. Because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. Would have been highly classified information even within the police force. And is something that even the lead detective on this case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition?
Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse.
How can you laugh at a time like this?
She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it.
But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife.
Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me?
No, I will. And I will wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it. The moment of truth. The secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have known of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife? The Yatagarasu? Right? Like, is that too obvious? We got the Yatagarasu right here. Is this dark character here? So that's what I'm going to present. I assume that's right.
Take that! Take that! Fake cat! Boom! There was only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key.
And that is?
And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself.
Are we saying that you is the Yatagarasu? Because I'm very confused if that's true. Because then why does K take it over? I don't know. Well, we gotta keep watching. Oh yeah, fake ass cat. That fake ass cat. Fuck him.
Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu?
Miss Yu. You used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You, who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why do something like this?
Yeah, she really went for it there, dude. It's a lot of animation, you know?
Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than when I sneak into some place.
You killed Faraday. Why? Answer me, Callisto Yu.
Callisto Yu. Huh. That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through the crack in the door. That Rel caves to only two things: money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held onto Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both.
But didn't you say that you despised criminals?
The fuck? Sorry, what were you specifically saying that you saw?
But do I really?
You. Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident too?
Maybe.
What sort of woman would? So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent?
Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. He anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him.
She was getting sus, but she's the thief too. Oh yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, I didn't really expect that, because I guess for me, and I think that's what they were doing, was misdirection, right? Where just because K becomes the next Yatagarasu, you know, it's weird that K would take on the name Yatagarasu when the Yatagarasu is who killed her father. Like, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, that path. Like, maybe they'll make sense out of it, you know, don't get me wrong. But it just seems very bizarre for that to take place, right? And that's why I, did not expect that, you know? But it does make sense that only Yatagarasu would know about the key, I guess.
Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in the right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk to Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key, just like that.
No, she did have it in the plastic bag. There you go.
He never noticed that I had changed the key to a knife inside that plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that I took.
Take note of the knife that took his life. Oh, okay.
Didn't have a chance to take note of the knife that took his life.
Bars. The knife that took his life.
How could you kill him?
I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death.
But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, then there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rell as well.
I believe I mentioned why we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness. And how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd killed each other.
And the trick with the surveillance tape.
Yes. I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rell help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all of his hard work with a bullet.
You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you? How could you betray a client?
Client? If you want to talk about who was a client of who's first, it was me. I was a client in the murder of the Cadopian Embassy staff member, Deed Man. Or Dade Man? It's supposed to be like Dead Man, right? Died Man. He's the man who died. Oh, that's one of my favorite ones so far.
You ordered a hit job?
You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had Died Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination?
It can't be. You're...
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring.
Oh, shit, dude. But I thought she only stole the truth.
How could this? You don't mean you're working with Manny Cohen, too, do you?
Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Atagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Atagarasu is just another killer.
Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu. You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court.
Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Atagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Atagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work.
Oh, she's gonna kill Edgeworth? Are you gonna kill everybody in this room? Is that your plan? There's not enough shots in there to kill everybody, right? It's not a 3-shot gun, is it? I guess I didn't see if it was a revolver or not. I just saw 2 barrels. Dude, shit just got real, dude.
You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even hand the Atagarasu's key right to me without a second thought.
So how does she get the gun? Because we talked about earlier how everybody who comes in gets, like, searched. Because, like, you know, even Von Karma had whipped the guy that searched her or whatever, right? So how does she get that gun in here? I mean, she's the Atagarasu, so she probably has, I don't know, super secret thief things. I don't know.
You even handed the Atagarasu key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it.
Did they search her internally? Oh, there you go, Crispy. Maybe that's what it was. She just reached down in there, pulled it out. Oh, God.
You mean the key was your real target?
And even after I gave you such great advice. Then I always tell you, always keep a good eye on a criminal. Or you may regret that it comes to your negligence.
You two, get down! Oh, is she gonna kill Bad? Is Bad gonna take a bullet for Edgeworth?
Eek! Ah!
My body. I can't move.
Oh, what the fuck?
Hey, mister, to your right!
Whoa, nice one, dude. You! Don't worry, his Jackie will save him. It saved him so many times in the past. And then she tries to run out of there after she takes a shot and misses. Like, I mean, how would you were just gonna kill Edgeworth? I mean, like, when you just keep firing at people and try to kill somebody? What was her plan there, dude? Are you alright, Francesca?
I'm perfectly fine, Miles.
Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed.
Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot. Oh no. September 10th, 7 o'clock p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Sorry, but it looks like she got away. Aw, damn, really? Hope she's okay. Yeah, me too. I get what you did there. She's okay. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. I don't know why it took me so long to read the word. Detective Bad, are you all right? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket. He's sweating, dude. He's like, I'm glad it was just another hole. Fuck, dude.
He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken.
But more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you two hurt?
I'm absolutely fine.
I'm also all right, thanks to Kay.
Speaking of Kay, where is she?
Does she, like, catch her? Because she becomes the Yatagi roster because she caught the old one? That'd be cool. I don't know. She just sort of disappeared.
I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what happened. From Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Hell yeah, Gumshoe. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? You got it, sir! Pops!
Or you got it, Pops. I said sir automatically.
Pops? Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we?
Wait, to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment.
Edgeworth, I'm okay. Bad, not you. I don't care about you. I'm just worried about the girl.
I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do.
Be careful, Detective Bad. And take care.
Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe I'll run into you each again someday. Thanks a bunch, pal. You were the best. You did find out the truth behind everything.
Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison.
Aw, Judge is still sad, though. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. Oh, it's no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have his Honor's testimony, I think that the lawyer would have found out another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective.
sad Judge Pooh. Well, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me.
She did? Oh, what is it?
What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship.
It was the Swiss roll. We're going to save just in case. I want to make sure I get this right. Take that!
Take that!
Oh, we got it. First try.
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it?
Yes, this is a present meant for you, after all.
Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now.
Sure, go ahead. Chocolate all over his face.
The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together, while the one Kay saved never reached her father. It would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective.
He's so happy, and it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him.
Oop, that was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day.
I mean, you didn't eat the whole thing. You dropped yours outside, remember?
It's like I'm a Swiss roll paradise or something. I gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she?
He only noticed just now? Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier?
Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go with him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first... You know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh?
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's a fun image. That's cool.
I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
I guess that is why he's so loyal to Edgeworth. Like, no matter what, he always wants, like, Edgeworth to come out okay because he saved Gumshoe, right?
I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement.
We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir. And don't you worry, I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll be counting on you.
The scent of trouble is definitely in the air.
Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. The immeasurable suffering this has caused me? Like, damn, dude. He's not that bad. This was a good case in my opinion. Oh, I agree. It's fun. It's cool. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now. Now we're back here. Holy crap. And she has the jabbit, right? That she had. Oh, that was the jabbit she had blew her nose in. Right? Because didn't she do that with Edgeworth? Edgeworth offered her a handkerchief and she blew her nose in his jabbit. Now, though he does call it a cravat, but it looks way more like a jabbit to me.
So, do you remember now?
Yes. I remember everything. Yeah, see how different he looks? This is his normal clothes, you know? He doesn't have all that flashy stuff going on. He's got the whole black vest. There we go. Okay. It's been a while.
Okay, you sure grew up a lot.
Of course! And thank goodness, I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right.
So does it all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and...
Actually, there's still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay.
Huh?
First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father.
No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
So it was her father. So, what? How does that work?
Mr. Faraday was a Yatagarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently. And I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure.
Now I'm confused, yeah, right?
But that's impossible.
What's with that look? You don't believe me?
Then why did Callisto try to kill him? Like, that just, like, invalidates everything we just went through. You know what I mean? Like, that, like, hopefully they make sense of all of it, because it doesn't make sense.
It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now.
All right, then. How do you explain this?
It's a way of disarming any security system of a user's choosing.
Yep. That's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Wow! Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor. He was really a great thief, huh?
I mean, great in what way? Did he actually kill that embassy person there?
Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth.
So, okay, so I guess, hold on. So, Callisto, I haven't worked out why she said she was the Yatagarasu, but she definitely was after him because of the smuggling ring, right? Because she mostly admitted to being in the smuggling ring. And so maybe she was trying to kill the Yatagarasu because the Yatagarasu has been trying to expose it. But she did so by claiming to be the Yatagarasu, which I don't get that part, but okay.
But he was killed, and the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you.
Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article.
Yatagarasu sends card to embassy. The Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card.
Yeah, meaning the person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out.
Well, the Yatagarasu before did. But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized.
That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves.
Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up, and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you're saying that I have your father's and Miss Yu's identities backwards?
Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace.
Okay.
Okay, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth. Aw, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is to the arrest of that evil woman.
That evil woman? You mean Callisto Yu?
I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe. Please, Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Huh? Owe me for what?
When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I'm not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then you mean...
Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you!
Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay?
Yeah, it sure is, Gummy.
Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What is with their chummy relationship?
The great thief, Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Burn Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changed identity of the great thief, Yatagarasu. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. And that's the next episode. Good news, I got over my artist block tonight. Fuck yeah, Charlotte, that is wonderful news. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We got a new episode. It's Turnabout Ablaze is what it's called. Interesting. Let me save here. And yeah, this is where we'll be calling it a night, guys. Pretty close timing. Pretty good. But that's awesome, Shyla. Did you have anything you want to show us in the Discord or anything we can take a look at? And then the last picture is of Kay Faraday. Nice. I'll show you guys the whole picture. Boom, it's Kay. I've had it for like 3 days. I loved having the stream on tonight. So dope. Hell yeah. Getting ripped, watching some Domm painting some fucking shit. I love it. That sounds awesome. So I'm glad that you enjoy it, Shiloh. I'm glad that we can help you out just by being here and hanging out. That's awesome. It's amazing what like the small things in life can do for you, right? Just stuff like that. Just a place to hang out, feel like you're a part of something, and that can be really nice. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you got over your artist block. I will have pics tomorrow night or Saturday. Sweet. Sounds good. I look forward to it. Hopefully we'll get to see him during some Yakuza. And on Saturday, just so you guys know, we're going to try to do a little surprise stream for y'all. I mean, it's not that much of a surprise, but yeah, we're going to try to do Fall Guys on Saturday together. We might just be on Aaron's channel, or multiple of us might stream it. I'm not sure. We haven't really hammered anything out, but yeah, I look forward to that. So maybe if I'm streaming that night, we can look at it then. All right, but let me go ahead and save all my slots here. Slot 1 saved, slot 2 saved, slot 3 saved, slot 4 saved. You know, you just got to have 4 just in case. All right, let's see here. Pop over to the ending screen. All right, well, thanks everybody for hanging out with me tonight. It was a wonderful, wonderful case. I thought that was really cool. I can't wait to find out what happens in the final episode. Because yes, the next case that we're doing, episode 5, is the final case in this game. So after this, we'll be moving on to, I believe, I have to check the timeline again just to be sure, but I believe we will be playing the sequel to it, as long as I can find the English translation. Because if I remember what Magpie told me, it was never released in America, but there is a ROM hack that someone translated the game. So
gonna try to find that. Maybe I'll try to do that this weekend, because yeah, we're coming up to the end of this one. We'll be on to another Edgeworth one, but yeah, I'll have to double check because it might be Apollo Justice, but I'm pretty sure it's another Edgeworth one. It's over too soon. Oh, I know what you mean, Crispy. I totally know what you mean. It'd be cool to go into the next one, but I mean, it's just such a perfect stopping point. So, you know, we got it. We got it. So, all right. Well, let's see. What do I have to let you guys know about? Well, it's Thursday, so obviously we only have Friday left. So tomorrow we'll be playing some Yakuza 0. Hope you guys will come by for that. I'll give you a little teaser. I have thought about possibly, if you guys want, remind me tomorrow if you want. But I did find that there is a karaoke version of Baka Mitai in English. Well, there's English lyrics, and there's a karaoke version of it. So if you want, maybe we can do some real karaoke of some Baka Mitai if you like. Just saying, not the whole song. There's just like a clip that someone translated into English and singable English, and I found that today and I thought that was pretty cool. So maybe we'll do some in-game karaoke and then I'll do some real karaoke if you guys want. It could be fun. But yeah, so that could be a cool highlight of tomorrow. But other than that, we got Saturday. Hopefully we'll be playing some Fall Guys for you guys. And then on Sunday I'm gonna go ahead and do my Phoenix Wright watch party stream. I'm thinking I'm gonna stop doing the event in the Discord for it, and just start pinging you guys to let you know I'm gonna watch some, just so you guys know I'm in there. I guess just people weren't using the events very much, and it just seems like, well, I do it every Sunday, so I'll just ping everybody. So just look out for the ping in Discord. I'll ping the Dynamites, just so you guys know when I go get started. So if you guys want to join. I think we might be finishing up the Ace Attorney anime as well. So I think Aaron and I are going to be looking into possibly doing more Sunday watch party stuff. So him and I are going to try to decide on some stuff that me and him would like to watch. And we invite all of you to join us while we watch it. So that's how we're going to try to do that. Thank you for stream. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for stream. In fact, you said Steam, but I know you meant stream. See, I'm auto-correcting sometimes. All right. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, we do have the 24-hour stream coming up. It's going to be on the 10th. I haven't quite decided what I want to play. I think it may be Portal, but we'll see. We'll see if I change my mind. But I am thinking I might try. I think I am going to try that idea I was talking about earlier with the cuss words and making incorrect sounds at me or whatever. So I'll probably set that up for it. But yeah, just look forward to that. That is July 10th, and it's going to go for 24 hours. So at some point in the day, if you can come join one of the boys, whoever's on at that time, come on over. It'll be fun. Let's see. Anything else? I think that's all I got for you guys. So without further ado, let's find a raid target. Huh? Papa should be streaming today. Oh, actually, yeah. Let's go over the schedule really quick before we do that. Schedule! Oh man, that's not the schedule I wanted. Sorry, I have a new one that has this cool transition. I want to use that one. I need to delete that old one. All right, here we go. So it is Thursday today. So after me, you can see that Papa has started his stream tonight. So if you guys like, you can pop on over there. We might be raiding into him. I want to see who we got. See if we can't spread that love somewhere. But definitely go check him out tonight. I can't remember what he's playing. I think he's playing Resident Evil, right? I think, yeah, this is his Lady D cosplay days. So it'll be a great time. I assume he's wearing his Lady D outfit, so you should go see it, especially if you haven't seen it yet. So definitely check out Papa. In the morning, we got Noah. He's playing through a very wordy dating sim right now, I believe. So he'll be doing that in the morning, so definitely catch your boy Noah. And then we got Panda in the afternoon. I don't know if he's playing Wonderlands or what. He's been playing some Vanguard, but he might be playing Wonderlands. I think it's his Wonderful Fridays. So, but either way, come hang out with Panda. I know I'll be in his chat as well, so you'll be hanging out with me. And then there's me for some Yakuza. And then on Saturday, we'll have our extra stream, but then there's always Papa at night as well. So there you go. That's the rest of the schedule for this week. I like that transition. Aaron made that for us. Well, I don't know if he made it. He got it somehow. I don't know how he made it. But I attribute that to Aaron. All right. Let's see. Who is online to raid then? Hey, shout out to all you lurkers out there as well. I appreciate you chatters chatting me up, but I also appreciate you lurkers out there just having a good time with us. Can we get a completion of that combo? One more person. Give us a Badandi combo. Oh, man, I would love to raid take that Terra, but he's playing Zero Escape, and that's another game series I really want to play, dude. Like, I'd already started on my phone one day, and then, like, I was in the middle, like, of it, and I just thought to myself, I should stream this. I need to stop playing this because it's almost Phoenix Wright-esque. It's like it's similar and like that's an anime game. It's a lot of talking stuff. But just let you guys know, Terra is playing Zero Escape. It is a cool game. If you guys want to go check it out, definitely go hit him up. He's Take That Terra with underscores between. Good friend of the channel. And HP is on. He's doing some just chatting. 30 night edits, he says. Oh, okay. Pull up. There you go. HP is also on. But yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and jump on into to Papa's stream. He is playing Resident Evil Village. So here we go. Only about 4 more hours until dinner. Oh, yeah. Getting there. Getting there. You're going to have a delicious dinner tonight, right? Here, let me see if I can finish the Badandi combo. Is it still going? Badandi. There it is. Can we finish it? Yes.
Name's Batandi. Brand Batandi.
I changed the emo menu. That's cool. Bing ditty bong. Bwah. I love how we've all been introduced to Badandi now, and we're all just like going bwah, bwah. Apparently, it's like pretty old too, from what Aaron said. It's so funny. I love that. Comedy genius, absolutely, I agree. All right, here we go. You know what I also love? Gumshoe. He's like, what? What'd you just say to me, pal? I don't know why I love that so much, but I really do. It's so funny. Oh, shut up, auto mod, dude. Here's the raid message for you guys. /raid, Papa Wolf. Hot. Hell yeah. Yeah, Gumshoe. Fuck yeah. That's anime Gumshoe from the Ace Attorney anime. He is so hot. He does a very different voice than I do, Shiloh. I will let you know. He does a completely different approach, but it's still great. And he always says, "It's the cops!" It's so funny when he says it. I love it. It's my favorite Gumshoe line. It's like how there is an 80s song that is popular, again, from Stranger Things. Yeah, the one that is on that clip that Aaron has, right? It's funny how they picked a good song for it too, because it kind of is. I mean, I've never seen Stranger Things, so I don't know. But like the clip for that Aaron thing that he has is from. It definitely does a good job of like the song kind of adds like almost an eerie nature to it, and I feel like the song didn't have that before, like juxtaposing it with Stranger Things, and so it's interesting how that really kind of pulled that out of that song, and yeah, it's cool how that stuff works, right? Everything's kind of like cyclical. It all just kind of comes back around. All right, we're starting up that raid. Appreciate you guys for jumping on that raid with me. You can go watch Papa D play some Resident Evil Village. Should be a good time. Oh, let me get it pulled up on my side too before we let her rip. Okay, here we go. We're good. All right, guys. Let's go say hi to Papa. Till I see you next time. Stay happy. Stay healthy. I love you all. And we will see you tomorrow for some Yakuza 0. Bye-bye. See you later. Starting the raid. Goodbye, goodbye, my friends, goodbye. All right, ending stream.